never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden are delivering a New Year's message to the nation.
Well, my hope is that everybody has a healthy, happy, and safe New Year.
In a pre-recorded interview on ABC's Dick Clark's New Year's Rockin' Eve with Ryan Seacrest, President Biden expressed his optimism, stating that he wishes for everyone to recognize that the United States is in a better position than any country in the world to lead the world. The conflict between Israel and Hamas persists in the Gaza Strip. An Israeli forces spokesperson has indicated that the military offensive in Gaza might extend throughout 2024 as their forces prepare for an extended period of combat. Tensions in the Middle East escalated over the weekend when U.S. helicopters engaged in gunfire with Iran-backed Houthi rebels in the Red Sea. Meanwhile, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu remains firm in rejecting any calls for a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. Tsunami alerts have been reduced in areas of Japan that were heavily affected by a significant magnitude 7.5 earthquake and subsequent powerful aftershocks. Residents in certain regions of west-central Japan have been taking refuge on elevated terrain as the recent earthquake induced minor tsunamis. Various locations have reported damage, and local hospitals are actively providing treatment to the injured. California is making history by becoming the first state to provide health insurance to all undocumented migrants. Governor Gavin Newsom expressed to ABC News that he believes everyone should have access to high-quality, affordable health care coverage, regardless of income or immigration status. With over 2 million undocumented immigrants in California, experts estimate that extending health insurance to this population will incur an annual cost of over $3 billion for Californians. And a fatal shark attack occurred in Hawaii, resulting in the death of a 30-year-old man swimming in the waters off Maui. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
President Biden has reportedly been briefed on the recent clash in the Red Sea between U.S. Navy forces and attacking Houthi rebels. In the encounter, the Pentagon says U.S. helicopters sunk 3 attack boats with pirates on board. The helicopters had been launched from the USS Eisenhower and USS Gravely after they came under fire while responding to a distress call from a container ship early Sunday. There were no U.S. casualties. Ukrainians are marking the new year with a day of mourning in Kyiv as the death toll has risen from Russia's latest and largest aerial barrage of the war. There are now at least 52 deaths confirmed since Russia sent 150 cruise missiles and attack drones at targets across Ukraine on Friday. Ukraine did respond on Saturday, hitting a Russian border town with an aerial bombardment and killing an estimated 20 Russian civilians. There is a much-anticipated list of names that is set to be revealed in the new year.
The release, ordered by a federal judge in New York, could shed more light on who worked with or profited from prolific billionaire and alleged sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein. Epstein was found dead of suspected suicide in a jail cell in 2019. Thus far, since details of Epstein's alleged crimes have come to light, the list of 180 names has remained mostly redacted and out of the public eye. U.S. District Judge Loretta Preska issued a 51-page order approving the release last month. I'm Ryan Daniels.
I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Hi, I'm Ronnie Deutsch, and if you or your business owe money to the IRS, I've got great news for you. Tax laws have changed. Billions of dollars are earmarked for IRS Fresh Start programs, and if you qualify, you can literally save tens of thousands of dollars. Listen, I know what you're going through. Call me if you want to speak with a tax attorney or tax professional for free.
800-284-9275. That's 800-284-9275.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Oh, guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Huh? Anybody? Julie, hey, guess what day it is? Oh, come on, I know you can hear me. Mike. What day is it, Mike? Let's guess what today is.
It's hump day.
Woo-hoo!
It's been a while since we've heard that, huh? Welcome aboard! Yeah, here we go. That's where it all got started all those years ago. A lot of folks say, what do you mean by Mike? What the hell are you talking about? That's it! So a close out of Tuesday, cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. Wednesday, 3rd day of January. We will progressively work our way into a brand new day from coast to coast and all around the world. And of course, for many, you're probably your first night back on the job after the New Year's weekend. Hope you enjoyed that extra day off, right? So for you, back to the old grind, as we say. And if you haven't heard it, Happy New Year 2024. Wow. I'm Steve Summers. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios as we get things rolling for another day. And we'll check in with some of our friends chiming in out of the box this early Wednesday. A lot of things changed over the past 24 hours as far as difficulties moving freight around the country. 24 hours ago, I mean, it was really a quiet night. As far as Mother Nature was concerned, that is beginning to change. As expected, forecasters have been telling us we're going to be looking at a series of storms, just one after another, sweeping from coast to coast. One of those systems bringing a lot of rain to the southern reaches, the south central and southeast through our midweek and into Thursday. You are pretty much locked in heavy rains at this hour from Houston northward to College Station all the way up into Tyler, Texas. Most of the rain east of Dallas now, but all this precip moving over will be progressing into southern Arkansas, much of Louisiana through the overnight hours and through the upcoming day. That's where we'll start with traveler's weather. That'll definitely be slowing you down. Rain heavy enough to see a lot of ponding of water. This is system number one here, midweek. Forecasters say this is the first sizable storm in what is going to be the rain train. Wet weather blossoming across Texas, expanding across the Gulf Coast through the day Wednesday into early Thursday. Some of that steady rain has unfolded through the evening hours, as we just mentioned, through eastern Texas, Louisiana, you're next on the list, spreading eastward across the I-10 corridor through the upcoming day. This is going to be a real soaker from, say, New Orleans to Baton Rouge, Biloxi, Mississippi. Widespread rainfall amounts of a half inch are forecast from central Texas to the Florida Atlantic coast. The zone from Houston to Panama City, Florida may see 1 to 2 inches of rain between now and Thursday morning. So for many, which will be heading back to work or back to school, for the grandkids here, Wednesday, today will be their first day back to school since the prior to Christmas, right on through the New Year's break. Have the umbrella handy. The steadiest rain impacting motorists along the I-10 corridor. Could see rain reaching as far north as the I-20 zone. Airline delays could mount from Dallas to Houston, New Orleans, and Orlando on into Thursday morning. Now, there are additional storms packing more rain and maybe even some severe weather across the south. You'll probably see a 24 to 48-hour dry spell between this system number one and the next rainmaker that arrives just in time for the first weekend of the new year. Now, the potential exists for another storm passing right through pretty much the same affected areas of south central and southeastern states Friday and then into the weekend. AccuWeather's long-range team said they're even looking out further now for yet another storm in that January 8th to January 10th time frame. But each storm passing through could produce another 1-2 inches of rain across a wide area. And several of these storms could produce even some locally severe thunderstorms across the south. On top of that heavy rain, we're not really looking at a setup where you've got enough warm, humid air clashing with cooler conditions. So definitely not looking at any sort of a widespread severe weather outbreak, really just going to be the heavy rainfall. Now, as we move from Texas, we'll zoom out and head all the way out to the West Coast. That's the storm system that's going to be making news headlines for several days to come as we're just rolling into Wednesday between now and the weekend, sweeping across the Rockies. Again, that'll be the one moving through some of the same areas as we're looking at rains tonight. And then by this weekend, could be our big winter storm impacting much of the eastern seaboard. We'll give you all the details on that. First, it's going to be causing some travel issues through the night tonight as this system drops down through the Four Corners region from Wednesday into Thursday. The storm spreading Wednesday, snow accumulating in Nevada before moving into Utah and Arizona by Wednesday night. Looking ahead by Thursday, snow spreads eastward into New Mexico and the southern high plains. Just how much snow we'll be talking about. Definitely enough to cause some travel issues out west before then bringing just more rains to the south central. And as it makes that turn up the northeast, the eastern seaboard, that's where I'm looking at a report here. The East Coast is on alert as a formidable winter storm poised to be the most substantial in 2 years approaches. Forecasters anticipate a significant snow from New York to Washington, D.C., potentially floods in parts of the south. A robust coastal storm having saturated the west coast, we'll break that down coming up here into midweek, is projected to unleash precipitation along that I-95 corridor for the first weekend of the new year. The National Weather Service is saying up to a foot of snow could blanket some areas, reminiscent of the nor'easter storm that struck back in 2022. So make preparations, they're advising now. The impending, rapidly deteriorating conditions that could lead to road and air disruptions, chaos from millions along the 95 corridor, urging preparedness for snow, ice, and rain-related travel issues. They're telling you, homeowners, gear up for the storm. Review your adverse weather plans. This winter storm marks a big departure from what has been a relatively mild weather we've seen the past 2 years. Now, this could potentially rival, again, the nor'easter of 22 when Boston picked up snowdrifts up to 24 inches. The storm's trajectory expected to kind of initiate in the southern Rockies and the southern plains by Thursday, gradually intensifying across the southeast by early Saturday as it moves north, clashing with the colder air. Could be talking some substantial accumulations over the interior northeast and into New England. Travel chaos if the storm lingers, particularly in New England and upstate New York, affecting some major highways. In addition to the white stuff, the snow, freezing ice accretions on trees and power lines could bring about concerns for power outages. In the meantime, our southern states bracing for more heavy rain as this low pressure develops between Houston and New Orleans, again threatening the Gulf Coast with potential flash floods. Maybe Atlanta-bound air passengers obviously going to have to be checking with the airlines, anticipating delays with heavy rains, wind gusts, especially during the onset of the storm. Now, this is going to be an impactful storm, forecast to affect around 20 states, stretching from Texas all the way up into New England. All right, this impending snow could bring a lack of winter fun relief to Philadelphia, breaking the snow drought that you've seen since 2022. The last major snowstorm on the East Coast occurred during that nor'easter, where we saw winds originating from the coastal areas of the Northeast. Of course, if these things get strong enough, they can bring destructive potential winds. But our most frequent and violent between September and April nor'easters. So there you go. Obviously, it's still several days out as the storm's just coming in on the West Coast as we head into midweek here, but obviously something they're going to be tracking. Hello to Philly Dan. Speaking of the city of brotherly love, good morning to the crew. Everybody stay safe out there. I see that camel there. Hump day. Morning, Joe, Steve, all the Overnight Drive family. It's a cool 31. Clear skies in Winchester, Virginia tonight. Everybody have a great night. Keep it shiny side up. Rubber Duck made it to the home 20. Said he's got a Lafayette run later today. Everybody be safe out there. God bless America and Donald Trump. Hello, Mr. Thompson, Steve, the entire overnight crew. And all the truckers keeping things moving on the highways out there. You guys are the best. Good to have you with us. Looks like Larry's back in the saddle. Hello, good afternoon, Larry. Hammer down, be safe. Yeah, we're back in the saddle after an extra night off. And Happy New Year. Dipsy Driver back on board. Morning, Steve, and the best informed ladies and gentlemen, 33 and, of course, cloudy in the cloudy capital of the U.S. Hope everybody has a great start to this new year. Thank you, Steve, Hot Shots, and Gold Eagle, for all those dear friends I've made listening to this program. And please stay safe. Have a great Mike. Here we go. Morning, Pappy, 29, Harrison, Ohio. What day is it? Hopefully, Horse Feathers will let us know what day it is. I know what time it is, though. It's the midnight hour. Time for those nocturnal listeners to saddle up, crank it up with Mr. Summers. Better yet, dial it up at 844-844-3388. He'll take that call even though he's hidden somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust in the Hot Shot Secret Bunker. I can't protect him from the nocturnal listeners from calling in, but let's go, America. Hammer down and be safe. Are you with me? Yes, we are. Welcome aboard.
Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, it looks like Bidu is on board. Hello, Happy New Year, Bidu. Good morning, Steve and the overnight crew. Gilligan, welcome back. Driving under the stars in Buchanan, Virginia tonight, 31 degrees. But yes, we are supposed to get up to a foot of snow at the GM&B Enterprises headquarters coming up on Saturday. Got my trusty snow blower, a couple of four-wheel drives. We should be fine. Everybody keep it shiny side up. So, yeah, in Virginia, West Virginia, that's good, especially the higher elevations, more inclined to maybe see a foot of accumulation. It's been a while since you've seen a big snow like that. Good morning, Mary Ann. Hello, Steve. The overnight family doing well tonight. I've been walking the hallways, trying to stay busy. I guess she's doing some cross-stitch and reading a book as she tunes in tonight. Tracy says, hello from Wilmington, Ohio. There's Daniel. Good morning. Colby, Kansas. Check it in. Eskimo Mom, happy hump day, Monday, whatever day it is. But for me, it's back to my wild Tuesday since the holidays are past now. Headed to Muncie for my first load. Who knows what's up for load number 2. We're clear 29 degrees, US 35. Rolling tonight. Be safe out there. Good to have you on board. Captain Ron checking in on, well, it's not the greatest day of the week, but hey there, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Well, I can't really say it's the greatest day of the week, but I guess it's the greatest back to work day of the week. How about that one?
That'll work.
What day is it?
Did you?
Wait a minute, that's not my line.
Did you enjoy some time off? How was the New Year's weekend?
It was great, and Christmas.
Yes.
But I got 4-day weekends. I could get used to those. Now I only got to work 3 days and then the regular weekend, but I could get used to those 4-day work weekends. You have a good holidays?
Indeed, yes. Back in the saddle, though.
Yeah, back in the saddle. Now I got to tear down all the Christmas lights and all of that. But, well, I'll go ahead and say it. How about those Michigan Wolverines?
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, because we talked about that last evening. All right, so Big Ed, he said he's not even going to venture a guess on who's going to be the champion. I guess that's going to be quite the game.
Well, I'm saying it's going to be Wolverines. That's what I said all along, isn't it?
No doubt. That's what you've been saying, yes.
I mean, the naysayers didn't give Wolverines a chance, even against Alabama and blah, 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 blah. You know? But they had some sloppy playing. We got to correct that stuff.
Yeah.
They had those muffed kicks and the missed extra point and the missed field goal. That put it into the overtime. Anyway, we shouldn't have even been in that position. But it was a great game. But I guess you saw it. You had a show last night?
Oh, yeah. We were back live last night, indeed. So, no, I did not get to see that particular game. I was snoozing at the time.
Oh, okay. I didn't know you had a show last night. I thought tonight was our first night back.
No, you're 24 hours late there, Captain Ron.
Yeah, I guess. But I was trying to get tickets for the Orange Bowl through the veterans. We get these vet picks all the time for Rays games and various concerts and blah blah blah. They put us all in a lottery to win, and of course I didn't win, but thank God I didn't. I mean, 5-hour drive to Miami and then parking and food, and then for that lousy game, Georgia and FSU. I think FSU only showed up just to get that money for the school, that $6 million or whatever it is.
Yeah, that's one of the things Big Ed brought up. I mean, I know that we were talking about how I guess a lot of players for Ohio State, maybe we didn't know how many, that went into the portal or whatever and didn't play. I guess FSU, Ed was really chastising them, all those players that opted not to participate in the game. Because, just because you can't win a championship, I mean, your team, and I mean, the freshmen and the sophomores, they've struggled, they've worked, and they deserve to win a big game.
Exactly. And I'm right there with Big Ed on that one. They've got to do something about that portal situation. Don't open it up till after the championship, and there's got to be a way to keep them from opting out playing in these various bowl games. Because did you look in the stands of any of those the minor bowl games? I mean, it was like nobody was there.
Right.
I'm hoping this new system fixes a lot of that. But they've got to do something with that portal and the opting out to play. I mean, I get it. They don't want to get injured if they're seeking the NFL, but
correct.
Not all these players have NFL possibilities, and they're the players that got them to where they're at, and then, I'm not going to play. It's just, anyway, what can I say about it? I guess Big Ed covered a bunch of it last night if there was a show. I I didn't even get a notification that there was a show
I'll be darned.
last night. I know. Well, I guess that's about all I got. You're pretty close to the news break anyway, so thanks for taking my call, and Happy New Year. Looking for
All
a good
right.
show.
Yes, sir. Good to have you on board. Thank you so much, and yeah, right back at you. Yeah, we got a news break coming up about a minute away here, and when we come back, a voice from the past. It's been a while. I see who's online. We'll tease you with that. Folks have been asking about you. So, well, yeah, who you think that might be? And plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Just a moment, I'll let you know we've got this, what they call the Truck Leasing Task Force they put together. I guess they announced this past day for their next meeting, what they'll be discussing, which will be considering how inequitable lease purchase agreements affect how the vehicle is being maintained. Published in the Federal Register this past day, FMCSA announced that the task force will have their next meeting 10 a.m. till 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time on January the 18th. It will be a virtual thing. You can tune in. You do have to register in advance. I think you have to register by January the 12th to participate in that live online. More after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. At least 30 people are confirmed dead in the aftermath of the Japan earthquakes Monday. Residents in west central Japan were seeking higher ground after the 7.5 magnitude quake triggered tsunami warnings, which have since been lifted. There have been strong aftershocks, and rescue teams are trying to search for survivors in the rubble of homes and buildings. About 33,000 people were without power. Some areas have giant cracks in the roadways, making getting the injured to hospitals difficult. A fatal shark attack occurred in Hawaii, resulting in the death of a 30-year-old man. The victim, retrieved from the waters off Maui about 11 a.m. local time Saturday and transported to a nearby hospital. Unfortunately, he succumbed to his injuries Sunday morning. In response to the incident, Baldwin Beach Park and Lower Paia Park were temporarily closed but have since been reopened. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, let me give you a quick heads up, advance notice on our cross-country storm coming into California as we speak. Dropping down toward the Four Corners between now and Thursday. Storm spreads through the upcoming day, accumulating snows in Nevada before moving into Utah, Arizona by Wednesday night. Then by Thursday, snow spreading eastward into New Mexico and into the southern high plains by Thursday night. Snow's going to be picking up in intensity Thursday as this thing becomes more organized and more moisture becomes available. Now, across southeastern New Mexico into southeastern Kansas, some warmer air filtering in out of the Gulf kind of hinders the advancement of the cold air. So you'll see a bit of a wintry mix Thursday into Friday. Clovis, New Mexico, Amarillo, Texas, maybe a slushy accumulation, little snow or sleet mixed in. Generally 2 to 4 inches in the forecast across much of the region from Santa Fe, New Mexico to Flagstaff, Arizona, and Wichita, Kansas. Localized areas up to a foot may occur in the higher elevations in New Mexico and southern Colorado. So this is going to be some slow travel, including parts of I-25, I-40, and I-70. Much of the Southwest, aside from the higher terrain, this is really probably going to be the first true shovelable snow of the season after a below historical average snowfall in the month of December. Albuquerque, for example, and Flagstaff, only picking up a trace of snow for Albuquerque and just over a half an inch in Flagstaff. I mean, that's like 16 and 4% of what they typically see in the month of December. So a little bit of catching up to do. Speaking of catching up to do, we've got some catching up to do with the Lone Ranger. Happy New Year. How the heck are you?
Happy New Year to you. I'm just hanging out here in Arizona, enjoying the weather and checking out the sights and stuff. Friday I went to took a tour. They had a big balloon extravaganza, and all the ballooners were here with the hot air balloon. I had no experience with that, so I wanted to do that. I didn't go in one, but just watching them set up and take off and all that. But Friday they had a tour at a cotton gin. There's cotton fields everywhere around here, and I couldn't believe it. I didn't even know they grew cotton in Arizona, but they do. A lot of it. And the locals say that Arizona is the 3 C's. You got copper. Arizona provides the most copper of any place in the world. And that's where everybody works around here. And you got copper, cotton, and cows. That's the 3 C's for Arizona. But, yeah, I did that. And then Sunday, they couldn't. They tried to launch Friday and Saturday morning, but the wind was too high. They need below 6-mile-an-hour winds to take off with these hot air balloons. But what I learned a lot watching them. They got 3 big propane tanks inside that little basket. And I said, oh, boy. That'll keep me on the ground. But the one guy, where they get their bragging rights, it's pretty simple. They blow the thing up, they hold it open, they blow it up with regular air, and then when they put the heat to it, the propane burner, that's what lights it up.
Mm-hmm.
And then it raises up and they take off. But where they get their bragging rights is if they call themselves pilots, which that's a bit of a stretch, but that's what they call them. And they actually are registered with the FAA, which I never knew that. But they try to come back and land that balloon where it took off from. Now, there's no guidance of a balloon. Mm-hmm. The air takes it where it's going to go.
Mm-hmm.
So there was a DJ there, making announcements. He's a pretty cool guy. I said, how are they going to do that? He said, well, the winds go different directions at different altitudes, and I never knew that. He said, if you watch them when they take off, they go way up high, and the wind takes them to the east. Then they drop down to a different altitude, and the wind brings them back to the west. So the one guy, he was kind of a cowboy. He was kind of a clown. His name was Greg, funny guy. And he actually came back and did 2 flyovers pretty close, to like the wires and stuff they had in this big field. And the second time he came over, he was so close you could holler at him and scream at him and talk to him. So the announcer says to him, Greg, how come you keep flying over and not landing? He said, I'm trying to land close to the outhouse because I have to go to the bathroom real bad, but I can't get to it, so I got to try again. So he's a funny guy. But anyway, I'm enjoying the sight. Saturday, we're going to take my little nephew to, they have a extreme monster truck event at Firebird Raceway. It's not called Firebird Raceway anymore now. It's actually on a reservation, which I never knew before. I've been there many times, but, a long time ago. So they're having this extreme monster truck where they stand them up on the front and, do all kind of tricks with them, which I've never seen that. So he's only 5 years old. He's going to get a big charge out of that. So we're doing that Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as politics, what are you going to say? We just have to hope we can survive another year. It's so pathetic. There's no sense even getting into it and depressing everybody. But this border thing is just, I don't know where they're putting all these people. And I'm not that far from the border, and I haven't seen any illegals. I guess there's not enough work around here for them to want to hang around. They want to go to the big cities, I guess. I don't know. But anyway, I don't know if you've noticed this, Steve, but there are some bizarre commercials and bizarre products. And some of them, I don't know how they even get away with putting them on TV. They just had one on here a little while ago. Now, I normally don't like to mention the name of the product because if they want advertising, they can pay for it.
Yeah.
But this particular one is poop with an H on the end of it. That's the name of the product. And you're supposed to spray it everywhere there's a bad odor. Well, how about cleaning up what caused the odor? What about that?
All right.
It just shows them spraying everything. Dog takes a crap. He's over there with the little spray thing, spraying it. I'm thinking, clean it up, Then there's another commercial, and this one, I laugh at this every time. This is so funny. It shows this guy. It's for a sleep aid. This guy can't sleep. Now, his wife, 350 pounds, is this. I'm sure you've seen it. It's on all the time. She has this whiny voice that goes right through you. Oh, he can't sleep. I said, oh, my God, I'd be cutting my wrist. So she's talking about this product, how he can sleep so much better once he takes this sleep aid. I'm sitting there thinking, hold on a second. This guy is sleeping next to a 350-pound manatee. The guy can't sleep because he's sleeping on the side of a hill all night. He spends all night trying to roll back up the damn hill. That's why he can't go to sleep. And she's saying, oh, this product is terrible. But she's so whiny. Then the worst one is this product. It's a body cream. And I'm sure you've seen this. Mm-hmm. And the woman who invented it advertised it. And she explains where you can put this body cream. She said, this is for your whole body. She said, it's for your pits, your cleavage, your butt crack, your crotch. And I'm thinking, what about a shower? If you stink in all those areas, you might need a shower.
Right.
And this has been going on for a while. So now she has that covered. She has the people covered that are saying just take a shower. She compares her cream, the efficiency of her cream, she compares it to a shower with soap. She says, my cream lasts 72 hours and a shower only keeps you clean for 12 hours. Now, she says, here's what gets me. She said that on your crotch, there is an odor score. And the odor score with her product is much lower than with a shower with soap after so many hours.
Yeah.
Now, my question for her is, how do you measure the odor score of a crotch?
Who has the job of being the crotch sniffer?
I mean, is there a meter you put down there? You rub it between your whatever and whatever, and it tells you what the number is of the odor? I mean, come on. And this is a real product. She thinks this is the greatest thing in the world. If you got to put cream on your pits, your cleavage, your butt crack, your crotch, your feet, whatever, if you got to rub cream all over you, you should have been in the shower probably 2 days ago. And this is a real product. I'm thinking, who buys this stuff?
Wow.
This is crazy, crazy stuff. On TV, a real commercial.
Yep.
So anyway, I don't want to hold up your time. I'm sure you got a bunch of people on hold, but I just want to say Happy New Year. And see, there's a 2-hour time difference here, so I'll be able to call in once in a while because I don't have to, it's 2 hours behind. Arizona stays on the same time. They don't participate with daylight savings. It's always 2 hours behind.
Gotcha.
The Pacific, the West Coast time is west of me, so we'll check in once in a while. Hope everybody's doing okay. I heard Big Ed's still out there. Hope he's doing okay.
Yes.
And Monkey Gouger and all the rest of them. And I'm just hanging out, having a good time, working on a place a little bit, enjoying the sunshine. And I did have my first experience with an illegal alien on Saturday, and it was a sad one. I went out on the west side of Phoenix, there's a little airport, and I bought a set of classic mag wheels off a guy. And it was a gas station across the street, somewhere I'd get a coffee for the ride home. And there was a girl sitting on the sidewalk, leaned against the building, sitting there crying, and there was a lady talking to her. So I went and got my coffee and whatever and came out. And the lady came in and said, we have to help this girl. So I said to her, what's going on? She said, these two guys just dumped her off like a half hour ago. And it was pretty cold, probably high 30s, I guess, too cold to just sit outside. She was sitting there crying her eyes out, this girl. And I said, well, what does she want? What can we do? So she goes out. Now, this lady was a counselor. She says, well, I'm a counselor. She says, she wants to go to Glendale, but I can't take her. She says, with my occupation, I can't have somebody in my car. I said, I'm going over to Gilbert. That's sort of on the way. I can, maybe do it. I said, but I don't know if she whacked out. She's going to flip out in the car. I don't want, I'm not the type to say I'm not going to get involved because the girl needed help. So we went out and talked, and she says to the girl, well, we'll call the police. The girl looks up and says, why would you want to call the police on me? I haven't done anything wrong. She said, you can't call the police. I'm from Mexico. So then I knew she was illegal. And she was a pretty girl. What a shame. So I wound up taking her to Glendale. She gave me an address. I get to the address. It's a storage facility. So I said, this is where you're going? She goes, yeah, I have a storage facility. So apparently, and she calmed down. I bought her. I said, go back in, get whatever you want to eat. I'm buying, and all that. And there was a couple there, a young couple. Before we left to get in the car for me to take her, this guy walks over. He hands me a $50 bill. Him and his wife. He says, "Can you do me a favor and give this to her when you drop her off?" I said, "Yeah, I will." And then the lady came over, the counselor lady. She says, "Here's my phone number. Call me when you get her there. Make sure she's okay. Here's another $10 towards that." So I get her over there, and I assume that's where she was living. Was in a storage facility because that's what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
It might $50-$60 a month, whatever it is. I don't know, but I said to her, I said, you got to get some better people in your life. I said, guys would jump through hoops to have a girlfriend. She was a pretty girl. I said, you're a pretty girl. So I said, look, I can't change the world. I hope you can do better than what you're doing now. And I took the money, I gave it to her, and she looked at it, and I said, no conversation needed. Happy New Year. I hope you do well, but get some better people in your life because you deserve better than what you got. And that was it. She got out and walked away, and that was the end of that. So that was my first experience with an illegal, but it was a sad one. So anyway, I'm holding you up here too long, and good to talk to you. I'll try to check in once in a while.
Absolutely. Yeah, great to hear from you. It's about 24 hours ago, someone had messaged and said, is Lone Ranger still out there? Somebody that hadn't checked in quite some time. And
yeah,
I
I'm
said,
still above ground.
He's still out there.
East Coast time. I got so much going on. You saw the cars that I have. In fact, I brought one out here. I brought an old Corvette out here to sell. And I got a show. I'm going to Pomona in first week in February to the big Roadster show. March, I'll be in Scottsdale at the Good Guys show. And I go to the California shows because I'm close now. And I was never hardly able to do that, being on the East Coast. So I stay busy. I stay real busy.
That's good.
But not too busy to check in once in a while. So
That's
we'll
great.
talk to you later.
Hey, great to hear from you. And again, Happy New Year to the Lone Ranger. See, a blast from the past. Now, only to be outdone by, hello?
Hi-ho, Steverino.
Oh, my. You talk about a blast from the past. Maverick, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you, Steve. I just like the Lone Ranger said there, I just called in to wish you a Happy New Year. Been keeping up with you on Facebook, though. All your little things you've been putting on there, all your grandkids, Steven, and all the things that you're doing there. That's pretty neat.
Yes, yeah. Stephen, the canine officer now.
Yeah, I saw that, man. That's pretty neat. Gets to go out and hunt the bad guys. How you been doing?
I've been doing just fine. I was you took the words out of my mouth. I didn't get to see you in Louisville this past year. You didn't make it in.
No, I don't make up. Since this COVID stuff hit, man, I've pretty well secluded myself here at the house. We basically go to the grocery store and the doctors, and that's about as far as we go.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not too hip on getting COVID. I am taking the COVID shots. I think I just taken my last one. I don't think I'm going to take any more. I think I'm about done with that. Being 80 years old. Man, it only seems just like yesterday, though, it was at the truck show. That blows my mind.
Yeah, blink of an eye. Yeah, because that was 2 years ago when you and Goodwrench came over and sat down and we talked for a bit there. Yeah. Have you talked? You talked to him? I haven't heard from him in a while either.
I talked to him here. I don't know. I guess maybe about 6 months ago.
Okay.
We call every once in a while to keep in touch or like that. He's trying to keep busy since his wife died.
Absolutely, yeah.
That set him back. But I think he's coming out of that and doing better. I just saw on the Facebook again where he's got another project going. So I think that'll probably keep him busy.
Yeah, I did see, like, over the summer, he was out. I guess he hit the road a few times, taking that 57 Chevy out to the racetrack.
Yeah, yeah, I saw that too. Yeah. But like I said, the memories of the truck show, Big Ed there calling in, Lone Ranger, Monkey Gouger.
Mm-hmm.
Well, shoot, I can't even think of the names now of all the old guys that we used to burn the radio up with.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's still a bunch of them with us. We've lost a few, but that's, time passes by. Over the I don't know if you did you know Flag Waver? Did you ever get to meet him down there at the truck show? He actually passed away a couple days after Christmas.
No, I don't know Flag Waver. Elvis. After I retired, I think I talked to Elvis maybe once or twice. That's been a long time ago. So
yeah.
I haven't talked to him much. I'm not much on calling. It just seems it's not in. Well, I think about it, but then I don't do it. You understand what I'm saying?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. So, but that's the way things are going with my life. But I thought I'd call in and wish you a Happy New Year.
Well, it's good to hear from you, Greg. Because you cross our mind like everybody. When you don't hear from somebody in such a long time, you begin to wonder, I hope something didn't happen to him. I know you're fully retired now. So pretty much like Lone Ranger just mentioned. Yeah, he's not staying up till 3 o'clock in the morning anymore. He's sleeping like a regular working person.
Yeah. Well, I did go part-time job a couple of times. But, I worked for the air show for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And I really enjoyed that, going around to the different air bases and airports, and with the Blue Angels and the Thunderbirds, and made quite a few friends through that. And after I quit that job, I worked when was it? A year ago. Worked over here at the Ford plant for about 3-4 months. Pulling out the new trucks and driving them. Actually, we drove them up to Sparta, the biggest part of the time.
That's right. You had thousands of trucks parked up there.
Yeah, had little computer chips that had to place in, and the other little things that they didn't get done on the line, like some of the chrome or whatever. They fixed all of that. But then they started the bus that we would ride was pretty well taken to where the trucks were, and just get in and drive back and get on the bus. But then somebody, I don't know what happened anyhow, the bus just started staying on the highway and walking the acreage all over Sparta, or the racetrack there. My legs just couldn't take it.
Mm-hmm.
And huffing and a puffing. And so I said, if this is the way that's going to be, I'm going to have to quit this job. So that's about as far as that went. I did like that, though. I mean, good money and, driving a brand new truck in and out. And, pretty good gig.
Well, it's great to get an update from back to back here on as we kick the new year off. I thank you for calling in there, Maverick.
Yeah, Steve. Again, Happy New Year to you and your family, and tell Stephen and the Princess that Maverick and John said hello.
There you go. Yeah, I was going to say, tell John hello, and
yeah,
maybe we'll.
Hey, Steve.
Yes.
You know what?
You know what?
I gotta go now.
There you go. Talk about a walk down memory lane. All right, what are we looking at? It is 844-844-3388. Looks like Cue Ball going to be checking in here as we kick off round number 2. How about that? So stick around for that. And, of course, plenty of room for you. Again, at 844-844-3388. Lots to cover as we, for many, get the new year started. First time back out on the road. Happy New Year to you. News break time, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. There are at least 30 dead in the wake of earthquakes in western Japan, but tsunami warnings have since been lifted. Tsunami alerts are reduced in areas of Japan heavily affected by that significant magnitude 7.5 earthquake and subsequent powerful aftershocks. Residents in certain regions of west central Japan have been taking refuge on high ground. California will be the first state to offer health insurance to illegal immigrants. There are more than 2 million undocumented immigrants in California. Experts estimate that providing health insurance for illegal immigrants will cost Californians upwards of $3 billion a year. President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden are delivering a New Year's message to the nation.
Well, my hope is that everybody has a healthy, happy, and safe New Year.
In a pre-recorded interview on ABC's Dick Clark's New Year's Rockin' Eve with Ryan Seacrest, President Biden expressed his optimism, stating that he wishes for everyone to recognize that the United States is in a strong position to lead the world. Senator Lindsey Graham says former President Trump has a claim of immunity regarding the events of January 6, 2021.
The senator spoke on CBS's Face the Nation and said Trump made a fiery speech that day, no doubt.
If you're doing your job as president and trying to find out if the election was on the up and up, I don't know how it will bear out, but I think it's a legitimate claim.
Graham went on to say that Trump wasn't involved in the U.S. Capitol riot. He was referring to Trump's speech from the White House lawn when he told the crowd of supporters to march to the Capitol. Graham noted that nobody is above the law, but added the president has presidential immunity to do his job. I'm Dave Collins.
2024 will be a leap year. Leap Day gets added to the end of February every 4 years, mostly to keep our dates in sync with the natural seasons. February 29th takes that into account. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
An American woman who was wanted in connection with the deaths of her 2 children has reportedly been discovered and arrested by authorities in the UK. Kimberly Singler was arrested Sunday without incident, according to Colorado Springs police. An investigation was launched back on December 19th after officers found Singler's 9-year-old daughter and 7-year-old son dead inside their home. Singler and a 3rd child, her 11-year-old daughter, were also found injured. When authorities were later unable to find Singler, a warrant for her arrest was issued the day after Christmas. Flu cases are surging.
There was a 16% increase in positive flu test results reported last week, according to the CDC's weekly influenza report. Over a dozen states, including Alabama, Georgia, and New York, have reported very high levels of respiratory illness, and nearly 20 other states have levels classified as high, with 6 pediatric deaths, bringing the total to 20 for the current flu season. I'm Skip Kelly.
Netflix is discontinuing over a dozen of its TV shows in the current year, including titles like Shadow and Bone, Glamorous, Agent Elvis, and Lockwood & Co. Even the mystery series 1899, which achieved a 5-week presence on the Netflix Top 10 chart, faced cancellation. The stage is set for the college football playoff national championship game. Top-ranked Michigan will meet second-ranked Washington in this year's title game after both won the semifinals on New Year's Day. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, just like that, we kick it into gear for round number 2. Yeah, how about that? Pappy chimed in. Holy moly, Lone Ranger makes an appearance in 24. Great to hear from him. Looks like Sylvester chimed in briefly there from the land down under. Kind of wondering what their weather was like as we made the transition from fall to winter. Yeah, they're moving into summertime in the land down under. And he said, no, it doesn't snow here. It's like 85 today and a bit steamy. 85. All right, he just chimed in for, I guess he was on his 30-minute break there, you said. briefly. Getting ready to, I guess, head home from work in short order. Yeah, Lois, I don't know that I don't think I mentioned that last evening on the program. Yeah, Michael Freiberger, a.k.a. Flag Waver. He used to call the show pretty regularly. And I guess best I was able to ascertain by going to his website, he had kind of, he had stopped participating much via social media. His Facebook page, but he did post sometime right about just before Christmas, I guess it was. I think it was in September. He had been diagnosed with whatever, it's stage 4 lung cancer. So when that diagnosis, again, he said diagnosed in September, and so what was it, like 90 days, it got him. Passed away, I believe, 2 days after Christmas. I can't remember exactly, but I know he got several calls and messages when I was off last week that he had passed away. And I know Sylvester was pretty good friends with him as well. He was big into the Wreaths Across America thing. That's when he had called in several years ago. Talking about just how great it was, how heartwarming it was to participate in the Wreaths Across America. Yep, Shockwave on board. 32 degrees here in southwest Missouri tonight. He said, long-time listener, first-time messenger. I just wanted to say hi to everybody and maybe try to start checking it a little more often this year. Well, that would be great. He said, I want to give a southwest Missouri shout-out to the two-time Hall of Fame bull hauler, Lauren Weiss. Maybe someday my little red chicken feed hauling Peterbilt might be as powerful as his chrome-plated Peterbilt. All right, Rubber Duck did check in there. He said, wow, it's the Good Time Gang tonight. Great to hear Lone Ranger and Maverick. And oh boy, Cue Ball. Yeah, this is worth the ticket Gilligan's selling us. Well, Happy New Year, Cue Ball.
Happy New Year, Steve. Well, I'm in a rare mood tonight, so I may as well get it started. So I called in with one specific thing I was thinking about, and then I started listening, and then I listened some more. So we added a couple topics. I guess we'll start here. Propaganda in the news. Well, that's nothing new. But it seems like no matter where you go, who you listen to, they all spin it. Even the news that you just played just now, this USA radio news or whatever the heck they call it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they were just talking about the January 6th thing or whatever. I really didn't hear the whole thing because they were just chopping up quotes of politicians. And then the anchor, the guy that actually is saying the news, says that Trump said for his crowd to, quote, march to the Capitol. No, idiot. That is not what Trump said. Trump said, quote, to go to march peacefully and patriotically, to let your voices be heard, unquote. Idiot. Why can I get it right and the news guy can't?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't have to be just that. I noticed, like, even Newsmax, they don't, you know, they tend to sit on one thing and they just avoid a whole bunch of other topics and things. Here's an example. Fox News as well. The last Republican debate, Vivek Ramaswamy absolutely ate Nikki Haley's lunch, going on and on when he was putting up that piece of paper and explaining that Nikki Haley's taking money off the Koch brothers and that Fink character from BlackRock. Why do you think those clowns are paying her? Because they want to make sure she does what they want her to do. Funny. Newsmax didn't replay those comments. They cherry-picked other comments. Fox News as well. Of course, we all know what they did with Tucker and how they absolutely keep everybody else on the wraps. So, you know, it's not just the left. It's the supposed right. They're not really all that great either. So, where are you supposed to get your information from? Good question. Now, here's another thing. Lone Ranger brought it up, and, man, he beat me off with that one, man. I know the commercials he's talking about, because I'm telling you, I can't mimic her very well, but that's the one. I totally agree with him. But there's the other one I can't stand. It's on the news all the time. And I think he's on 5 out of every 4 commercials that's on the news. That's Mike Huckabee. Mike Huckabee, the guy that doesn't understand which end of the dry cleaner to pick up your suit from. You don't pick it up from the deposit where you drop off your dirty suits. You pick up your suits where you pay for your suit. It's usually wrapped in plastic, pressed, and looking nice. He used to be the governor of a state. Now, granted, it was Arkansas. He was the governor of Arkansas. You think he'd have a suit that was like, I don't know, recently dry cleaned? And that wife of his. Not the commercial where he's got and his puppies. First of all, why would you have your dogs in your commercial? That had nothing to do with pet supplies. We don't care if you got dogs. Get over it. But the other one where the two of them are sitting next to each other and the wife is literally wearing a muumuu. Like, for real. Like, you know you're going on national television to hawk a product, right? You think you wear something more than a muumuu? I mean, to me, that whatever she's wearing, it looks like a damn muumuu, Steve. I'm sorry. And that guy will hawk anything. He's on 4 out of 5 commercials. He would push that poof stuff that Bone Ranger was talking about. Now, I'm going to give the poof commercial a little flowers here, because at least some of the girls on that commercial, dude, they're hot. Especially the tatted up brunette and the one with the tight tank top with the poofed out blonde hair. I don't mind looking at them. After that, I could care less with the whole commercial. I'm surprised Walmart didn't take them to task over them stealing their little flour. But anyways, what was the other one he was talking about? But anyway, some of these commercials are just odd, to say the least. But yeah, the poof guy, yeah, at least he's got some hot chicks on there. Now, real reason I called. So, I can't stand watching the regular news anymore because I just don't trust, not so much what they're saying, but what they're not saying. So I listen to a lot of guys like Bongino and so on like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they're talking about a lot of these different things, and I started realizing that it came to me today. I was just thinking about this. I'm like, they're doing stuff to us. They're planning it. We can see the product of them doing it, but nobody noticed that they did it. I'll give you a couple examples. You ready? So this isn't about sour grapes. It just is what it is. So when I went to Texas to take care of my father when we thought he was dying, he got out of that jam, and he was going to change his oncologist. So one time I had to take him to the doctors. This is when I was still needed because, well, I was still needed, but I was still useful to people. My father couldn't walk or even get around, so I had to literally pick him up, put him in a seat, and all that whatnot, right? So we took him to his new oncologist, and they go over your medical charts, right, where they talk about what kind of medications you're on.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the things I had to do prior to this was I was there taking care of my parents exclusively, is I had to set up their pills for them. So they usually set up their morning pills and their night pills, and it's got to be, divvied out. It's just easier to put them in little cups. So like my dad, he'll take all his pills in one shot. Just take a cup, blam, swallow all like 10 or 15 of them. Hit a glass of water, be done. Mommy's one at a time, right? But I'd have to put their pills in a little cup. So I started remembering what pills each one took. Now that's important. Even I've had to go to the pharmacy with my dad's credit card, or debit card, and pay for his prescriptions or my mom's prescriptions and take them home. So we go to my dad's new oncologist because he decided to fire the other guy that was taking care of him, right? And we're going over the medications, and I'm looking at the medication list of my father, and I'm like, Dad, half these pills are Mommy's pills. You don't take this, you don't take that, you don't take this, you don't take that. And I'm like, look, what, they screw up the medical charts? I'm like, this doesn't make any sense to me. I know my mom and dad got the same last name, but holy crap, you could tell an Antoinette from a Jimmy with the med list, right? Do you have any idea where they got that med list from, Steve? I'll give you a hint. Think Social Credit Score. Any idea where they got that list from?
No idea.
So they looked on a website apparently it's a doctor's side of looking at the medications, because my dad said that usually the medications come from Walmart. Walmart looks up it by the debit card transaction, not off your medical chart.
Wow.
They took it off your debit card transaction. I'm like, what in the hell? So you literally would treat my father based on medications you think my dad takes because he uses his debit card to pay for my mom's prescriptions because dad does the shopping?
Wow.
Or he used to before he got hurt and couldn't walk? Like, holy crap. They're tracking everything. So then we got to talking. We had a family meet. My sister was over there. Again, that was what I had used before I was useless. And my sister was thinking, because she bought antibiotics from one of those companies that you can get antibiotics from for if you need them in the future, should you have a problem and not be able to get medication in the future.
Mm-hmm.
You've probably heard them. Bongino talks about them all the time. So my sister was like, oh, yeah. She's like, I ordered stuff from there and I paid with my debit card. And then when I went to the doctor, like 2 months later, they were asking me if I'm still taking that particular antibiotic. My sister's like, I don't take that. And she's like, oh, right, I bought that stuff in case I need it in the future. Because they're tracking that stuff on your debit card. Now, I always thought that when you bought a product, whether it was, a porno mag at the dirty bookstore or a muffler for your car, the only thing the debit card cared about was if you had enough money to pay for what you were buying.
Right.
And let the transaction roll through. No. They are tracking that crap, and I didn't know about that until I went to Texas and had to deal with my dad's medical nonsense. So I got news for you. If they're tracking that, they're tracking everything. So, with that being said, I'm going to ask the question. With that and 2 other things I'm going to bring up. Why are they doing that yet? We don't live under the social credit score yet, or do we? And we don't know it. But they are already not developing the infrastructure to do it. It is already live. They are doing it now. Now, just because you don't officially have a social credit score, I'm telling you, you do. I would start switching to cash and tell them to go after themselves. Next one I found out. So we were going to, this was after COVID was winding down, and I guess it was, I don't remember what, was the end of 2020 or something? No, I don't remember. Anyway, we went to Hawaii. My son was still out there in Hawaii, my oldest son, and we went to go visit him. It was between Christmas and New Year's. And I remember we had to go take a COVID test just to be able to get on the island.
Mm-hmm.
So we had to go all the way from Green Bay all the way down to Milwaukee to take a test in the absolute worst part of Milwaukee at a Walgreens. Okay? That's not the part of town you go with a black Mercedes to go take a COVID test, and you just don't take a car like that in a town like that in that little section of town. Anyway, drive 120 miles down, 120 miles back, take COVID test. 3 days later, you get on an airplane. What you did in those 3 days, no one knows, no one cared, but you took a test 3 days ago. Naturally, I get on an airplane in Green Bay, go to Denver to Honolulu. Well, guess who starts not feeling so well sitting in the airport in Denver? So we're already through TSA, and I look at Jen, I'm like, okay, I'm probably starting to get sick. So one thing I did is I ran over to one of the stores and bought a little bottle of Tylenol. Like, here, hold this in there. I probably ate like 10 of them damn things. That way, if I was developing the fever, I wouldn't have it, or at least I wouldn't show it when they check your temperature when you get off the airplane in Honolulu. Okay, that doesn't sound all that bad. So I go through and I'm like, I'm filling out whatever paperwork you had to fill out and you're ready to go. And I'm like, hey, I thought they had to take your temperature. They go, oh, we already did. I go, when the hell did you take our temperature? She goes, well, they go when you walk through the portals. I'm like, wait, what? You already took, we take temperature of everybody when you're all you got to do is walk through. So I'm sitting there thinking, prior to COVID, what is the purpose of that machine? In other words, when the airport Honolulu bought that equipment, it wasn't just developed. It wasn't like the R&D was done and then they developed it, right then and there, really quick to put it in the airport. That stuff was already there. Maybe not at the airport, but the tech already existed. It was already commercially available, the airports at least. They didn't have to, develop it. They just bought it. Why? Did they know something was happening? Did they know something was coming? Why would you even have equipment like that? Hospitals never even use stuff like that. Or at least I never heard of it.
Right.
So, again, the question. You have that technology. You used it, but you had it available at the time you needed it. What the hell did you ever think you would need that for? It's like I'm going to go buy a brake pad for a Lamborghini Aventador SVJ. Because one day I might be rich and famous and own that car. Just in case I'll just buy a set of brake pads for that car. What are you, nuts? Lastly, facial recognition. Again, with the social credit score thing, right? Do you remember there was a lawyer that went into, and you could look this up. She went into like a Broadway play and got thrown out because, unbeknownst to anybody, they were using facial recognition at this. It was a Broadway play. The lawyer was suing somebody in having to do with that company. I can't remember. I think it's Sony, but I'm not 100% on that. Like Sony owned the company or something. I don't remember. I don't remember the details. But the lawyer was escorted out of being able to watch this play or something because she wasn't the like you would think that the client maybe, but the lawyer too. And they told her she couldn't come in there. And she's like, "How do you even know who the hell I am?" They're like, "Yeah, we found you on facial recognition." Again, when you're walking into a company or like a play or a sports place or something like that, what in the hell are they using that kind of stuff for? They didn't just develop it. It's already in existence. They've had it for a while.
I know
they've been using it for a while. They just don't talk about it.
They've been using that. I mean, how many years ago was it? I mean, like at the Super Bowl and high-profile events, everybody that's going in, they're using the facial recognition to put them up against potential like terror watch list people. And that's been around for years.
But that's like Homeland Security or TSA or whatever that kind of stuff is, almost that. But that's what that's them. But you mean to tell me I can just buy facial recognition, and if I don't like you because you might be working for a competitor, I could just, if you walk into my shop, I'd be like, nope, get out of here. You could, like, just any Joe Schmo could buy that crap? Because apparently that place did. It's not like an airport or like the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying that this tech is already there. Another thing I learned, I'm on that little rant and roll. So I live up by Green Bay, and my God, you would think that this broad, Taylor Swift, walks on water. Like, you would think that, like she sits on the right, like a guy that's on the right side of Taylor Swift. But the way the media made this whole thing when her and her stupid-ass boyfriend came to visit to play the Green Bay Packers. I started realizing, her and her politics. But then I didn't put two and two together. You know what a boyfriend is bought and paid for by, you know who? Take a wild stab at that one. That old Pfizer. And man, them two people were all over the news. In Milwaukee, Green Bay, I don't care where they were. Whenever that damn team plays, it's all about Taylor Swift and the stupid-ass boyfriend who's bought and paid for by Pfizer. Now I'm starting to wonder, why is the media making a big deal? Do you think a football fan gives a rip if Aaron Rodgers' mom is watching him play? Or, I don't know, name another player. Who cares? You really think that all of a sudden anybody gives it a rip if, name a famous player. That guy's girlfriend or wife is in the stands?
Yeah.
They didn't give a care if Gisele Bundchen was watching Tom Brady. But all of a sudden, Taylor Swift and the bought and paid for Pfizer clown is at the stadium. Oh, my God, all over the place. My Facebook is still yapping about that stupid game and those two pain-in-the-ass people. Oh, my God. Not for nothing, but I'm starting to realize that media is bought off. Just like USA can't get Trump's quote right. Hope I wound them up good for you, Steve. Have a great New Year.
Yeah, wow. Okay, great way to kick off a new year there. Cue ball, don't be a stranger. Wow. Yeah, the facial recognition technology, that's, like I said, they've been using that for any sort of high-profile event for a number of years now. I think there are several, because this question about can any Joe Blow actually buy that tech, I don't know what the cost of it is. But yeah, it's commercially available. There's a number of firms that have all this, I guess they're using the databases from driver's license agencies, things like that, wherever they can get your photographs. A lot of stuff, they can get your picture right off the social media platforms because that's all shareable. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. What else in the mix? Real quick, before we hit our news break, Prime Incorporated made an announcement this past day, launching a new division. Taking to social media this past day to announce the launch of the new division to start the year. Introducing our latest expansion at Prime. We're thrilled to announce the launch of our brand new Hopper division starting this year. They did say they'll be providing more details about the Hopper division launch in a live video, 9 o'clock this morning, Central Time, 9 a.m. Central, Wednesday, January 3rd. So, of course, Prime, a refrigerated flatbed tanker logistics trucking company founded by Robert E. Lowe in Urbana, Missouri, 1970. So, obviously, we'll learn more about that in the coming day. Get back to your calls coming up here at 844-844-3388. Looks like we'll get a New Year's update from Senor Heatwave coming in here. Coming up, where's he at? Somewhere in Colorado tonight. I wonder if he's looking for some of that white stuff. A little snow in the forecast, maybe for Albuquerque. Coming up in the next day. Good to have you on board. We'll be back after this. News break time, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. At least 30 people are confirmed dead in the aftermath of the Japan earthquakes Monday. Residents in west central Japan were seeking higher ground after the 7.5 magnitude quake triggered tsunami warnings, which have since been lifted. There have been strong aftershocks, and rescue teams are trying to search for survivors in the rubble of homes and buildings. About 33,000 people were without power. Some areas have giant cracks in the roadways, making getting the injured to hospitals difficult. A fatal shark attack occurred in Hawaii, resulting in the death of a 30-year-old man. The victim retrieved from the waters off Maui about 11 a.m. local time Saturday and transported to a nearby hospital. Unfortunately, he succumbed to his injuries Sunday morning. In response to the incident, Baldwin Beach Park and Lower Paia Park were temporarily closed but have since been reopened. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, got the rest of the story as we kind of catch up on events that have taken place while many were enjoying time off between Christmas and the New Year. This particular incident took place in Houston, Texas. A couple days after Christmas, I guess we got a truck driver that definitely gets a dumbass nominee to wrap up 2023. An extensive Houston area chase on the 27th. The driver has been identified and charged, according to authorities in Harris County, Texas. Trinidad Cutshaw, charged with evading arrest and detention in a motor vehicle. What was a dramatic confrontation on a stretch of I-10 east of Houston. Hours after sheriff's deputies began trying to pull over the truck, which ended up being televised live footage. See the truck crawling along the interstate. Finally got the 18-wheeler to come to a stop on the shoulder using the spike strips. But even after the vehicle was disabled and he was forced to stop, he ignored police commands to exit the truck for hours. As he continued to rev the engine of the disabled vehicle, according to the sheriff, even after it was stopped and surrounded by cruisers, and they even brought in armored vehicles, you could see the one wheel of the truck continuing to spin with the tire punctured. They eventually brought in, it was almost a bulldozer-like device vehicle, literally tearing the cab of the truck apart to get this guy out. They sent the dog into the truck and then finally pulled him out about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Television footage, officers could be seen walking the man to a stretcher with his face bloodied. Now, they believe he suffered some level of impairment, as they said at the time of the incident, because at one point they had deployed tear gas into the cabin of the truck, and he wasn't even fazed by that. So that's what that was all about, but a mess on the interstate for hours there right after Christmas. I guess he spent a happy new year in the clink. Well, how about Senior Heatwave? Happy New Year to you. Did we lose Heatwave? I believe we did. All right. Well, he'll maybe dial us back up if you get a chance. Heatwave, I know he was in Colorado somewhere. Well, that brings us down to Eagles on board. Morning, Eagle. What's happening out there? Uh-oh. Now, Eagle, you've only been there for a few short minutes. Are you snoozing already? That would be yes. All right, we'll do a take 2 on Senior Heatwave. Did you have the phone muted or what?
Lord, I don't know. Can you hear me now?
We've got you. Yeah, Happy New Year, loud and clear. Morning.
Happy New Year. Good morning, Senor, and everyone else out there. Oh, I'll tell you what, Golden Eagle kind of messed up things for you on the 22nd, didn't he? I thought you were going to be off. I was going to call in that Friday, and it just never happened, because I saw that it said you were going to be off on the 22nd. So I figured you were getting the day off early for the Christmas vacation.
Yeah, what that meant was the 22nd into the 23rd. See, guys, it's that confusion factor when the midnight hour rolls around. Yeah, that was the 22nd. We were here. Yes.
Yep. So, anyways, yeah, I wanted to just say hi to a couple of folks out there I hadn't mentioned that I met over there at the truck show. Granny and Snuffy and Earth Angel and Buster Brown. So, yeah, I just wanted to say hey to them. Oh, Lordy. Well, yeah, we're expecting some snow here coming up, I guess, Wednesday night into Thursday. So, that's, I'm hoping to be away from the house when that happens. I did, I don't know if I mentioned it to y'all, but I did get on with Estes.
Right.
It took some working into it, and I finally got it. So, anyways, that's what I'm doing up here in Denver, grabbing some loads and heading back down south for a little bit. Then I'm going to call it a night. But no snow up here just yet, so I'm sure it's on the way.
So did
Did you ever start a fight? Go ahead.
I was going to say, did they put you out with, was it a trainer for a few days or something? Are you out solo now? Or?
Yeah, I'm solo now. I had to go out with a trainer so I could learn how this Samsara ELD worked. And they had a hard time getting me into the system, so I had to sit and watch and for about a week. And then the last 3 days of last week, or whenever the hell it was, 2 weeks ago, right before Christmas, it was.
Right.
I finally got to drive the last 3 days, and my trainer looked at me and said, "This is the most relaxed I have ever been." I said, "Well, what do you mean?" And he says, "Well, some folks get here and they've never driven doubles." I said, "Oh, I've done doubles. Rocky Mountain doubles and triples." He's like, "Well, you got 1 on me, 2 on me, because I ain't run Rocky Mountain and I ain't run triples." I said, "Okay." And he said, "Some of these people come straight out of school and they have no idea what they're doing out here." I said, "Well, it is a sad state of affairs when it comes to that."
Right.
But, So, I filled in for a city driver right after Christmas on the 27th, and scored a 6-pack of hot sauce and salsa from one of the customers. So I thought that was pretty good. And then finished up the year by meeting the driver from Phoenix, swapping loads and heading back to the house. So, yeah, I tell you what, I was watching the football game between Alabama and Michigan, and it was 4th and 2, and I thought, well, Alabama's got it, not a problem. Well, I went to bed and woke up the next morning, found out both Alabama and Texas lost by a touchdown. And I thought,
surprise, huh?
I guess they got it right. And I was listening to the Georgia-Florida State massacre. I mean, good night. It was a reminiscent of their national championship game against
was that TCU
last year.
Yeah. Well, they went they won by like 58 points on that one, didn't they?
Oh, I think they scored a little bit more. I think they actually hit 67 at that time last year. So, I mean, they were just mad, and I think Florida State players, the ones that did not show up, I think they were mad because they weren't in and I don't blame them. Yeah, you can be mad, but damn, don't give up on the school and make the second and third and fourth string players, take a beating because of someone else's decision. Good night. So that was pretty sad. So, see, if you ever start a fight and then start crying because the person you started a fight with was beating you up? I mean, this nonsense with Russia and Hamas and whatever, Hezbollah, they always start a fight thinking, they're going to get whatever it is they want, they're going to get.
Yeah.
And then it winds up that Hezbollah and the Houthis and whoever and Hamas and Russia got bloody noses, and now they're screaming, well, yeah, you might have killed our commander, but you've killed civilians as well, and that's wrong.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell they think they did when they started this thing October 7th?
Bingo.
Exactly. And there are uneducated idiots out here that think Israel, or in by the same extent, Ukraine, are the bad guys. Now, it's kind of like that Common Core math. It don't make sense. If you're going to start a fight, you know what you're doing. And Israel is not going to just sit back and take too kindly to 3,000 people getting, taken hostage and killed and raped. And I mean, these people just think Israel is the bad guy out there. I mean, let's look at numbers. Israel probably has about 8 million people for a population, and the countries around it that hate Israel have about 80 million. So, I mean, why would the small guy want to pick a fight with the big guy? All it is the little guy is defending themselves and kicking the big guy's butt. And the same way in Ukraine. Now, I think Ukraine's a little bit more convoluted, but I don't know. It just seems like to me people got their priorities and their ideas bass-ackwards. No offense to bass-ackwards, but I mean, you know what I mean. You know what I mean. It's mind-boggling. So, yeah, that's about it, I guess. Other than that, yeah, I've been really enjoying this company so far, and it is definitely a lot better. And I won't say it's a very lax company, because they do have standards that you need to go by and whatnot. But I mean, it ain't no way as stressful as the other job I was at. with the DOE looking at me, and the company looking at me, and the DOT working with me.
And, of course, having to make a 500-mile round trip just to get to work.
Yes. Good night. You know, that my terminal manager, when I was, getting interviewed to get hired on, he's like, well, they pay you for fuel, don't they? I'm like, no, that's all on you. So they say 90,000, but then they start out at 78.5, and you feel kind of trapped. So, but yeah, I'm so much more happier here, and I've got to say one thing about Yellow. Yellow wasn't a bad company. They may have had ideas and structure that made people pull their hair out their heads. But, I mean, all in all, it was a good company. It was the top-tier management that ruined it for everybody. And, it would be something if someone could get up and talk to a lawyer, and the lawyer go, you know what, you're right. These group of people ruined it, ruined lives, and made a hardship because of their mismanagement of funds, mismanagement of the whole thing. They just mismanaged management. What they have, two Yellow drivers commit suicide because they couldn't pay their bills.
Yeah.
You get people going off because they worked there 30 years and they were not going to get a retirement. I mean, there ought to be a law against that, and there ought to be protections. Of course, they're going to be screaming, well, it was the union that wouldn't let us do what we wanted to do. And all I can say is, although I'm not 100% pro-union, all I can say is you were given the opportunity to show what can be, what could have been done by using the western side of this country as your guinea pig, which is 20% of their workforce. When the other 80% saw just how badly it was managed, they said, nope, you know what, you're going to have to do this through a contract, which ends in March of 24. And there again, there's another one that started something, and then he's crying because, oh, well, the union killed the company. No, you killed the company with your poor management, bad decisions. So, I do miss the easier job of Yellow, just hooking up to a trailer or a set of trailers and going. And right now, I got to hook up to my own set, which is humbling at times, like it was earlier this evening. So, oh, Lordy. But other than that, things are going pretty good.
That's
I'm just
great.
Just happy to be
good
providing.
Way to start the new year. Absolutely, yeah. Because it's
yes, sir.
Very, very stressful when you don't know when your next payday is going to be.
Exactly. So, and while everybody was eating their black-eyed peas for good luck New Year's Eve, Lady Heatwave, Alicia, and I were chowing down on some green chili stew. Damn, that was good. And that's, I guess that you could say that is the New Mexico equivalent to black-eyed peas. So hopefully that 2 bowls of heartburn that I had will absolutely bring me some awful good luck this year.
I can feel the pain. All right. Well, Heatwave, have a great night. Safe travels out there. And obviously, don't be a stranger.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration
cleans.
The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, he mentioned the whole yellow scenario. Obviously, one of the top headlines of 2023. Somewhere in the mix here, I believe, I have it over here. I saved that a bit earlier. While the demise of yellow back in August kind of monopolized all the headlines in both mainstream and industry media after the 99-year-old trucking firm filing Chapter 11, largest filing in U.S. trucking history. A number of smaller trucking companies and brokerages also called it quits or sought bankruptcy. It was a pretty brutal year for the freight industry as a whole. And this past evening, FreightWaves kind of broke down some of the top stories of 2023. One of those, I guess, last events of the year, last month, December, when the Postal Service contractor Matheson Trucking and wholly owned subsidiaries Matheson Freight Extenders and Matheson Postal Services out of Sacramento announcing plans to wind down operations on January 31 of this year after 6 decades in business. Done ongoing financials dispute with the Postal Service. The Matheson entities laid off nearly 3,500 workers over a 5-month period. MFE and MPS are wholly owned subsidiaries of Matheson Trucking, the family-owned entities. Founded by Robert and Carol Matheson, 1962. It had filed for Chapter 11 in May of 22. They had been providing services for the Postal Service since December of 1998. You had Surge Transportation filing for bankruptcy protection after 2 years of record growth during the COVID pandemic. This was Jacksonville, Florida-based Surge Transportation, a digital freight brokerage, sought a buyer, slashed their rates and their workforce nearly a year before filing for bankruptcy protection late July of last year. Meadowlark Agency, Meadowlark Transportation, another nearly 120 ex-employees who were owed about $800,000 in unpaid wages, while about 1,300 trucking companies were owed almost $2.7 million after the 40-year-old Montana-based Meadowlark Agency and its affiliate Meadowlark Transport filed for bankruptcy. That was in early November. Meadowlark's broker authority was involuntarily revoked back in August, then their contract carrier authority canceled on October the 28th, days before Halloween. The motor carriers claimed that they'd been fighting for months and months to get paid after hauling broker loads for Meadowlark. Back in October, FreightWaves reported that Meadowlark had abruptly shuttered operations. At the time, the company had 273 drivers, 337 power units. Again, the broker authority involuntarily revoked on October 15. Time for a couple of others as we'll take it up to news break, top of the hour here. What do we have? We had the TQL scenario back in late September when a federal judge ruled that Total Quality Logistics, second largest freight brokerage in the country, had violated federal law and owes overtime pay to thousands of former employees who worked more than 40 hours a week. This was the judge for the Southern District of Ohio who issued that ruling, almost 18 months after a 12-day bench trial ended back in March of 22. But the judge ordering TQL to pay overtime wages to the employees and an additional amount equal to the actual damages. They also found the chief executive and co-founder of TQL personally liable in that situation. Of course, one other headline, which is still garnering news, the missing truck driver, David Schultz, 53 years old, been missing since November 21. Not much new to report there, but we do have a little bit of an update we'll get to coming up later in the hour. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Corey Myers. Ukrainian President Zelensky promising his country will ramp up production of weapons in the coming year as Ukraine's war with Russia rages on.
Zelensky issued the remarks during a year-end speech, saying opposing Russian forces will notice Ukraine's military-industrial might in the coming months. He said Ukraine intends to produce everything from long-range artillery to attack drones, as well as other weapons and equipment for ground-level combat troops. This comes as financial and weapons support from allies in the West, including the U.S., may be coming to an end. I'm Ryan Daniels.
A Georgetown University professor and longtime CIA analyst claiming many in U.S. intelligence will be working against Republicans in the coming election cycle. Dr. John Gentry also pushing his new book titled Neutering the CIA. He tells Fox News Digital that ever since the Clinton White House, U.S. intelligence agencies have become more and more politicized. He does not mention the names of Republican leaders in his assertions, only only Democrats. He says if former President Trump becomes the GOP nominee, government intel operatives are likely to be working overtime to achieve his defeat in 2024. He claims it's what they did in 2020 with the Hunter Biden laptop when Trump was their boss. Israel will be withdrawing several thousand troops from the Gaza Strip. The IDF made the announcement yesterday, noting the nearly 3-month war is taking a growing toll on the Israeli economy. A Japan Airlines flight burst into flames and then collided with a Japanese Coast Guard aircraft attempting to land at a Tokyo airport. The airline said all 380 passengers and crew members got out safely. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
A woman who became famous for her plot to kill her mother in an ordeal which turned into a hit Hulu show, speaking out for the first time since her release from prison. 32-year-old Gypsy Rose Blanchard posted a video to TikTok thanking her followers for their support. She also promoted an upcoming docuseries called The Prison Confessions of Gypsy Rose Blanchard, which is set to debut this Friday. Blanchard served 8 years in prison for her role in the murder of her mother, Claudine Dee Dee Blanchard. Good thing it's not the season for the McRib. The Ohio State Highway Patrol had to round up a culprit on the loose this past Thursday. The escapee, though, wasn't a criminal, just a wayward pig. That oinking pig ended up walking through a McDonald's drive-thru where it avoided capture at first, but then the police and its owner eventually got him. Yesterday's Powerball jackpot worth $842.4 million, and there was one lucky winner in Michigan. If the winner takes the one-time cash option, that would be $425.2 million. This was also the first time a Powerball jackpot has been won on New Year's Day since the game started in 1992. I'm Corey Myers, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
A GN rookie completes his first season strong. The humanitarian drew on pulling legend Larry Kester for inspiration, and a diesel smoker charges to his first title. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. We continue now with our 2023 Special Awards, as presented at the December 2nd Awards Banquet held in Dublin, Ohio. The Grand National Rookie of the Year was Cody Chizik of Newton, Wisconsin. The award was sponsored by the Ambassador Club of Fort Recovery, Ohio.
What a ride. I mean, in the beginning of the year, I talked to Greg and I said, well, I didn't want to finish last every pull. Well, that didn't happen. The last 6 hooks, I mean, I was either first or second and kicking Zane's butt by 20 feet. I mean, it was blast.
The Super National Pull of the Year was the National Tractor Pulling Championships of Bowling Green, Ohio. Accepting was Club President Dave Schultz. The award was sponsored by Excel Sportswear of Trafford, Pennsylvania.
On behalf of all of the Blue Shirts, we thank you so much for this honor.
The Commitment to Excellence and Dedication honorees were the DeKalb County Fair Grand Nationals in Sandwich, Illinois, and the Clark County Fair Pull in Springfield, Ohio. Accepting for Springfield was Pull Chairman Levi Kimley. The awards were sponsored by Jim Miller and Melissa Graham of Bellevue, Ohio.
Well, on behalf of the board, I'd just like to say thank you. It takes a lot of work throughout the whole entire year to get ready.
The Larry Kester Humanitarian honoree was Larry Phillips of Vine Grove, Kentucky. Presenting the award was Larry's son, Brandon. The award was sponsored by Shell Rotella of Houston, Texas.
This is a great honor to be able to present this award. As we all know, Larry Kester was one heck of a man. So about 3 weeks ago, I got a call if I could present this award, and I haven't been able to look at him straight in the face all day because I know he's suspicious. I'd like to have my dad come to the stage, please.
You know, if you ever thought you was having a bad day, you just think about Larry. And I used to complain to him about my knees. He'd say, yeah, mine hurts too. So I'd forget about him and I'd go on. If you was in a ditch, you think about Larry, you'd get out of the ditch. So I really do appreciate this. It caught me off guard. I kept asking him all day. I said, why? Why? So here we are. But thanks again.
And the Kent Enderly NTPA Hard Charger Award, recognizing supreme effort and dedication to self-improvement, went to Superstock Diesel champion Kent Payne. The award was introduced by MC Doc Riley.
The 2023 Hard Charger Award celebrated his 35th anniversary of his first NTPA competition in Pro Stock. Had finished runner-up in his current division 3 straight times. He enjoys gardening and watching over his barnyard. He once subbed for another Kent in the diesel 4x4 class in Toma and won a 4-way pull-off. He's powered a semi-champ, a super farm champ, and a hot farm champ to 4 different titles in the last 3 years, but probably best known for the Lucky Charm. That's probably going to get a nice little biscuit here, the Lucky Charm Ruby. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage this year's Kent Enderly NTPA Hard Charger Award, Kent and Sandy Payne.
Hey, we really appreciate this award. It means a lot to us, our team, and all the people that vote for us, and we sure do appreciate it. Thank you.
Next week, we'll recognize our 2023 Pulling Hall of Fame inductees. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Well, it won't be long, as time flies when you're having fun in the blink of an eye. We'll be gearing up for a fresh new 2024 NTPA pulling season. Brought to you by Hot Shot Secret and a number of others. All right, Santa Claus asked me to pass this along, talking about our next cross-country storm. It is impacting the West Coast, California. Snows in the higher elevations, and the most wonderful time of the year. Update for I-80 in Northern California and the Sierra Nevada. It is closed to westbound traffic from the Nevada state line to Truckee. Spin-outs, motorists advised use an alternate route. So what do we have? For eastbound traffic, chains required on all vehicles except four-wheel drive vehicles with snow tires on all 4 wheels. From the 2.1 mile marker east of Baxter to Hurstdale Drive there in Truckee. Chains are required on all vehicles, except four-wheel drive with snow tires on all four, from 2.1 miles east of Baxter in Truckee. Eastbound traffic is being screened at Applegate. You must have maximum chains in your possession in order to proceed. Permit loads are prohibited right now. Looks like westbound trucks are being screened, 5 miles west of Reno. Got to have your chains in order to proceed, and as well, permit loads prohibited there. 'Tis the season, winter travel, have those chains. And Happy New Year to Brother Rambler. Hey there.
Well, praise God, Steve. I'm glad to be on with you tonight. And I tell you what, after reading that weather report that you just read, that tells me if I'm in Sparks, pull over at the Petro and go your butt to bed. Don't even just bother trying to cross over Donner Summit tonight. Yes, have your chains with you. Know how to put them on, but the correct way, the safe way, is just don't drive in it. You know, or at least wait till in the morning so you can see what you're doing. You know, my God, it's named Donner Pass for a reason. You don't want to be one of the ones stranded out there having to eat your best friend to stay alive. So, praise God. Well, let's address the elephant in the room, shall we?
Roll
Congratulations
Tide.
to Michigan. Let me say that. Roll Tide. Congratulations to Michigan on winning the Orange Bowl. I told Baldwin County Wildman, I said, we're going to have a tough time because that defense is the number one defense in the land. We had one of the number one defenses in the SEC. I said, they're going to attack our right flank and sack our quarterback. And boy, was I right. I said, they're not going to use the same person. They're going to maneuver them people around. They ain't going to be the same person coming around and sacking Jalen Milroe. It's going to be different people. And boy, was I right again. It was a good game. I'm happy, especially when I found out the backstory of Michigan's quarterback, how he was raised by a foster family, that his mom and dad decided they liked crystal meth, but more they liked him. He was raised, and you know, and that's pretty good. I'm happy for him, and you know what? Congratulations to him. I still think Harbaugh's going to the NFL. I did read before I left the house on Sports Illustrated where he got the super powerful agent that a lot of head coaches in the NFL use to be his new agent. And I know what he said. Can you hear me, Steve?
Oh, yeah, loud and clear.
Am I still with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. All right. I still think he's going. And, you know, yeah, I had a hard time with him stealing signs and cheating. Of course, I think everybody cheats, but he's still a good coach. I mean, anybody that they could take a communist racist like Colin Kaepernick, I ain't going to say what I say in private, Colin Kaepernick, and make him into a quarterback to go to a Super Bowl, but when he leaves, that quarterback that he molded becomes a third stringer, so he decides, well, he needs to keep himself relevant and start kneeling for the flag. Yeah, he's a pretty good coach, and someone in the NFL is going to end up getting him. So, I mean, hey, I could be wrong. He could stay at Michigan, but congratulations to Big Blue. And, you know, in my opinion, when Alabama won the SEC championship, that's, to me, in my opinion, that's just bigger than the national championship to me. Because, in my opinion, the SEC is the greatest conference of all and bigger and better than anybody, even though we didn't win the kind of bowl games we had hoped to win. But still, that's just my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
And I tell you another good game that was also great. That was that LSU and Wisconsin game. And, you know, I'm very proud of Jaden Daniels for LSU. You know, he was there. He was suited up, but he did not play. They were giving that backup quarterback the opportunity to get there and play. But he was suited up and ready in case he needed to go in. What I don't like is, I have a lot of disrespect now for Florida State. Look, I'm sorry. I'm sorry your team was not good enough, and that was proven that you weren't good enough to go play for a national championship team. But to have 17 of your players, you could have had a valid argument, Florida State fans and Florida State. You could have had a valid argument if you would have showed up and played Georgia tough, but you didn't. And so, Steve, they could have had a valid argument to win the night, to be co-holder of the national championship if they would have showed up and beat Georgia. But no, you had 17 players say, I don't care. I don't care about my team. I don't care about my school. Just show me the money. Let me get on the NFL. So not a lot of respect left for Florida State. But speaking of Michigan, we had a great time. Going up there. Met Country Bumpkin.
Oh, yeah?
Finally got to meet Country Bumpkin. Oh, yeah, man. And I posted pictures on my Facebook page. We met up. We had dinner. God bless him. God bless Country Bumpkin. The poor old man, we were in downtown Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
We stayed at a place called the Sonder. It's like Airbnb. Very nice place. We had a great time. But it's hard to find a place to park in downtown. So poor old Country Bumpkin just went like a jet airplane pilot, trying to find a place to land, just circling and circling and circling. So finally he found a place to park. We had a great time, great company, great dude. And we had a great time, went to watch our Detroit Red Wings play and, of course, lose to the Anaheim Ducks. And I've always been a Dallas Stars fan, but after watching the kind of passion the fans have and just seeing the statues to Gordie Howe and Steve Yzerman and so many others, and quickly become probably my second favorite hockey team of all time, if not probably now my number one favorite hockey team, which they did beat the San Jose Sharks tonight. So I'm happy about that. And we had a great time also. We flew back into Atlanta, went and visited Dirty Diapers, where my father's buried at. So we had a good time with visiting his grave. And, of course, went to Stone Mountain, Georgia, where they had the Christmas Village. And that was really neat and stuff like that. But, God, shoot, I do need a people to pray about this. Steve, one day before we were fixing to go, the transmission in my 2015 Chevy Tahoe went out. I mean, no warning, no nothing. It just totally went out. And now I've got to come up and come up with the money because I'm going to spend all my money on Christmas and stuff like that.
Right back from vacation.
So,
isn't that par for the course, right? It's the way things always work out.
Yeah, yes. It is, Steve. But we got one ordered. It's going to be 30 days. Good Lord, through O'Reilly, who I work for. Yeah, because the way it was explained to me is when you order it, they actually build it right then ship it. So we got to do all that and everything. So y'all just be praying about that. Steve, I hadn't been not one worried. I hadn't lost my patience or lost my faith worrying about it. At Determined Ministries Church, which you can also find us on Facebook. Just go to Determined Ministries Church. We have service there every Sunday evening at 5 o'clock Central Standard Time, Steve, in case you ever want to get your praise on. You can come on and join us, too. We do a memory verse. And, Steve, that memory verse is called 1 Peter chapter 5, verse 7. And what 1 Peter chapter 5, verse 7 says, casting all our cares upon him, for he careth for us. Someone asked me, he said, well, Brother Rambler, you're not running around like Henny Penny, running around Henny Penny like the sky's falling. You're not panicking. You're not doing this. You're not doing that. You done spent, most of your money cashing your stock. You did this, you did that. And how are you going to pay for it? I said, brother, let me tell you something. I said, if I was to sit here and have a teetotal meltdown and panic attack, what is that saying about me? That's showing me to all of you that I have no faith. And it's showing me to be a fraud and a total fake. I said, listen to me. I said, the storms in my life that God has brought me through, this ain't nothing. You know, there's an old song God's children called Count Your Blessings, name them one by one. Count your blessings, see what God has done. Count your blessings, name them one by one. Count your many blessings, see what God has done. You know, in Luke chapter 9, verse 62, Steve, the Word of God says, Jesus says, a man with his hand to the plow and looking back is not fit for the kingdom of God. We don't want to look back on our past, because when you accept Jesus Christ, you have no past. But it's always good to look back on what God has brought you from, the blessings he has brought you from, the things he has done for you. Don't ever forget about that. And when you have a crisis in your life, remember what God's done. Remember what Psalms chapter 30, verse 5 says. Weeping, his anger endureth just for a moment. Weeping may endure for the night, but joy comes in the morning. Remember what 2 Corinthians chapter 4, verses 17 and 18 says. And this too shall pass. This too shall pass. So no, I ain't going to let stuff like that get me. You know what I'm going to do? Pray. As I pray for you, you pray for me. And it's in God's hands. You know what? I'm not a bum. I'm not trying to bum money from no one. I'm not trying to panhandle or work the system. I'm out here doing what a man's called to do, if a man's able to do, and that's work. And I know God's going to take care of me just like God's going to take care of all of you out there. On a good note, it was good to hear from Lone Ranger. Glad he's having a good time out there in Arizona. That really warmed my heart what he did for that young lady.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure that that's going to be a blessing for that young lady. Also good to hear from Maverick. God bless him. That's such a long names from the past, Steve. Names from the past, coming back. It would be good to hear from Hollywood one night. And, of course, I messaged Judy probably about a year ago. That's the last time I heard anybody, from his side. So I don't know how they're doing, but it would be nice if he was to sit up one night and try and call in and, just hear some of the old timers before they all, eventually leave us, which we hope that don't happen. Speaking of old timers, when Alabama lost to Michigan, wouldn't it be, and by the way, he's got a new name now. It ain't just Gilligan. It's Midlife Crisis Gilligan. Midlife Crisis Gilligan with his tight, he's wearing an old Motley Crue shirt because he's going back to his youth. Big old pot-bellied man wearing an old Motley Crue shirt. And Steve, remember back in the 80s, did you ever tight roll your jeans? You remember that?
Absolutely, yes.
Oh, yeah, I did the same thing. Gilligan has started back doing that, trying to relive his youth and his childhood with that nice-looking car. But, I'm expecting Captain Ron. I'm sitting there holding my phone. I'm like, okay, let the fun begin, because when Alabama loses, as Coach Saban says, that's a major thing. So I'm waiting on the haters, and all of a sudden, I get Midlife Crisis Gilligan, who brags upon West Virginia being the greatest football team ever, when the only good thing they ever had was Jeff Hostetler and Pat White, which they had to go to South Alabama, Daphne, to go and recruit Pat White. And the only good coach he ever had to come out was Dan Nealon and Rich Rodriguez, which now Rich Rodriguez coaches for Jacksonville State in the great state of Alabama, by the way. But him. I'm like, come on, Gilligan, you're still in Captain Ron's thunder. Captain Ron's supposed to be the first one to call me up and say, go Big Blue. Nice old Midlife Crisis Gilligan with his tight-rolled pants and his old worn-out Motley Crue shirt. And he's probably wearing a doggone wig to try and pretend he had a mullet, because he wants to relive his youth. But all joking aside, congratulations to Big Blue. And I got to be honest, though, Steve, probably won't watch it because it's two northern teams. Not that I have anything against northern folks. I love everybody the same. But if I had, well, and that includes you, my northern brother. But if I had to pull for someone, and this ain't nothing against Big Blue, and the Michigan people were great. We did not have not one person from Detroit be mean to us. Everyone treated us nice and polite and everything, especially at a little plug for this company, Lafayette, Coney Island, some of the best hot dogs I've ever ate in my entire life. But I do have a Siberian Husky named Coda. She is the usher of Determined Ministries Church, and I'm going to have to pull for the Huskies only because I have a Husky myself. But I just don't see them getting past Big Blue. They are a tough team, and Jim Harbaugh's done a good job. So congrats. And like I said, y'all just be praying for us. We get this transmission shipped in time, and God provides the extra income to pay for it, to get it put in and everything like that. And like I said, I'm hopefully this year in 2024 I'll be able to meet some more drivers besides Country Bumpkin and be able to sit down and have fellowship with you again, God's children. And don't forget to come over here to Determined Ministries Church. We have service every 5 o'clock. And you know what? As long as God is going to keep me going and keep me upright, I'm still going to keep on preaching the gospel, Steve. And, God is just so amazing. He's such a good God. And he can't do nothing wrong, and you can't go wrong trusting him. And that's where it comes into, trust. And, Steve, you have a good night. Everyone out there in Radio Land, y'all have a good night. All of our affiliates on the AM and FM side, y'all have a good night. Everyone listening on the app and everyone listening to Facebook Live, do not forget to be a first-time caller. Give Steve a chance. Call in. Be a first-time caller. Get that $60 voucher. And remember this, God's children, love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, guess what? Old Brother Rambler loves you, and I do. And God bless you. I'll try and call in another night. Happy New Year. Roll Tide. God bless, and go Red Wings. Bye-bye now.
There's always next year, right? Pretty much the same thing those Ohio State Buckeyes are saying. Well, there's always next year. A couple lines available at 844-3388. Take care of a news break. Come back with more as we roll it into Wednesday Hump Day, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Ukrainian President Zelensky promising his country will ramp up production of weapons in the coming year as Ukraine's war with Russia rages on. A Georgetown University professor and longtime CIA analyst claiming many in the U.S. intelligence community will be working against Republicans in the coming election cycle. Israel will be withdrawing several thousand troops from the Gaza Strip. The IDF made that announcement yesterday. Fiery and dramatic images circulating online and on social media in the wake of a Japan Airlines incident. Flight 516 engulfed in flames, apparently then colliding with a Japanese Coast Guard aircraft attempting to land at a Tokyo airport. The airline said all 380 passengers and crew were able to get out safely. Corey Myers, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 B500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, we'll get back to your calls just ahead. First, let me update some of the world news. The Danish shipping giant Maersk announcing Tuesday that they have halted all shipping through the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden. That after the New Year's weekend attack on one of their vessels from the Houthi militants there. So that decision kind of extends what had been a 48-hour pause that they put in place Sunday in the aftermath of that attack by the Yemen-based rebels. The company told customers in an update, we've made the decision to pause all transit through the Red Sea/Gulf of Aden until further notice. Now, this past day, oil prices jumped more than 2%. Tensions in the region gave up those gains later in the day. U.S. crude down 82 cents at $70.83 a barrel. Brent crude down 68 cents to $76.36 per barrel. The head of global commodity strategy at RBC Capital said oil prices are not really indicative of the current regional friction because traders are not confident that a major supply disruption is in the pipeline right now. The market's basically saying, we'll just wait and see until something happens. But it really is getting much more serious with each passing day. Now, the Maersk ship that was attacked on Sunday. The 4 small boats of the Iranian-backed Houthi militants reportedly attempted to board the vessel. During the attack, the ship was struck by an unknown object but was able to continue on its way. Responding to that distress call from the vessel, the U.S. Navy helicopters successfully repelled the assault, sinking 3 boats, killing 10 of those attackers. Investigation is ongoing, and we will continue to pause all cargo movement through the area while we further assess the constantly evolving situation. That was the update from Maersk this past day. They did say vessels will be rerouted and continue their voyage around the Cape of Good Hope in Africa when feasible. Redirecting those ships around the southern tip of Africa is expected to cost up to $1 million in additional fuel for every round trip between Asia and North Europe. So, that's all being paid. $1 million per ship. Now, in response to the Israel-Hamas war, Houthi militants have launched multiple attacks on vessels, as we've been following for weeks now, raising concerns about possible global trade disruptions. According to RBC Capital, about 12% of global trade and 3 million barrels of crude oil cross the Red Sea on a daily basis on any given day. Well, we'll head to Florida. Morning, Philip. What's going on?
Hey, bud, we talked about that a few weeks ago now, didn't we?
Yes, indeed.
Wasn't it just before Christmas we were talking about that?
Yep.
And Maersk had back then had their ships hold until they got things together. They were going to tentatively do a convoy and protect the ships with the warships. All warships were going to protect them. I don't know if that's still happening or not, but I know that it's getting serious over there. And I'm telling you what, we got to pay attention to Yemen. We got to pay attention really close to Yemen. And a lot of the pirates that are happening now, they're Somali, but they're hired guns. They're all like mercenaries coming in there, and those folks from Yemen are going over there and hiring them and bringing them in to do a lot of that stuff. So it's one of those we got to watch it and be careful type of things. And if you want to know how much time it's going to add to a ship going down around Africa, it's a month.
Wow.
It adds an extra month onto the delivery. So it's not other than the $1 million in the fuel and whatever the accessorial costs are, it's going to add a ton of time for people getting their freight, whatever they order. So yesterday I touched on that family shooting over there in Tampa. There's one thing I didn't bring up, Steve, and it's something that law enforcement down here is trying to get fixed. Do you know what the charge, for a minor that has a gun, like if they find a kid with a gun, do you know what the charge is on that, Steve, as far as being a misdemeanor or a felony?
No idea.
It's a misdemeanor. If they find a child with a gun, it's a misdemeanor on a minor. Now, what's happening is we got a lot of these underage guys that's got these guns, and they're getting sloughed in the system. They're like, well, they've learned their lesson, they went to court, blah, 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 we're going to pass it through. Well, that's happening multiple times now. So a lot of the sheriffs down here are trying to get that changed. If they can get that to a felony, then they can be charged as an adult, and they can put stiffer time on them. And that's what's happening a lot. That's one thing. I don't know if that happens up in Ohio. I'm not sure y'all's rules up there. But that's what's happening down here. And that's a point I didn't bring up yesterday. And that point has been brought up a lot by Brady Judd, the sheriff that actually handled that one down in Pinellas County, the shooting I talked about yesterday. He said the same thing. And they're trying to get the state of government of Florida to change the laws. There was something brought up yesterday on the news, Steve, I didn't think of. Have you heard anything about how much litigation costs when things happen, when new laws are enacted?
I can't say that I have, no.
Well, there is several articles out that are out right now down here about how much we pay for litigation after something has been challenged. Like we've had the different laws come through the state, the ones that cause controversy between companies in the state of Florida in the last few months. And we're wondering they're wondering where is all this money coming for this litigation. So they pulled the new budget up, and there is a lot of money going just for litigation for a law that's been argued. So if there's a law that's passed and somebody doesn't like it, and it causes conflict between companies in the state of Florida, and it causes conflict between the state and different groups of people or whatnot, that litigation costs money, and now they're realizing that there's a lot of money in our state budget that's going for this litigation, and 9 times out of 10, it doesn't get anything major out of it, if you understand what I mean.
Right.
And it's millions and millions of dollars. And there's a lot of things that are happening that we're checking into the budget down here and saying, what's going on, folks? And so that's one article that I've seen yesterday. I'm still researching on that one a little bit. I know a lot of it's pointed toward DeSantis right now and what's going on with our budget. And it's pointed towards him right now. And there's another story that I'm researching on right now. There was a lady that was down here on vacation 12 years ago who went missing. And they found her the other day. And there's a volunteer group down here in Florida that does sonar and diving. And they found this lady after 12 years by just where her cell phone pinged at last. And they found her in a retention pond and got her remains and her vehicle out. So her family has closure now. And this is like the 3rd or 4th instance down here in Florida that this group has found folks that have been missing for years in vehicles that have ran into lakes and canals and different things. So I'm still doing some research on the story. I haven't got the complete name of the group and all that. I know it's a sonar company down here in Florida that everybody is volunteers. They're not a paid group, and they do it all on their deal. And they actually found the lady not too far from where I work at. They found her over here off of I-4 in a retention area, and they did it by the last ping of her cell phone. So what they do is they find all the lakes and bodies of water around where the last ping of the cell phone was, and they start sonar and all of it and diving, and they found it. That's how they find things.
Wow.
So pretty interesting story. I'm still doing some research on it. But in 12 years, that's a long time, Steve. That's a long time. And man, I feel sorry for that family. I really do. So, but other than that, Steve, we're just having a good time down here and nothing happened. So I appreciate you having me, and thank you for having me again. Y'all have a good day.
Hey, good to hear from you. Thanks for the updates there from the Sunshine State. What do you say? Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Let me see here. We don't get to hear from him often live anymore because he's more of a daytime guy. Big Sexy did send me a message from Memphis, to which she said, "This stuff's getting out of control. It's happening way too often." How did he put it? He said, "Steve, this is getting out of hand. Now robbing trucks in the middle of the day, broad daylight. Memphis is getting terrible. I hate to even go there." He sent me the story from WREG, Channel 3 out of Memphis. And this, just the latest incident now of yet another FedEx truck being robbed this past day, Tuesday, January 2nd. Tuesday afternoon, 4 male suspects, they say, still at large. I mean, we're talking just before 1 o'clock in the afternoon, middle of the day. Officers responded to an armed robbery call beside Neely's Interstate Barbecue. It was a FedEx truck. Surveillance video shows a maroon SUV pulling up alongside the FedEx van. Several men in ski masks and black clothing get out. According to police, the suspects were armed. Now, there's a little shop nearby, the Smoke and Vape Shop, just a few doors down, owned by Omar Ali. Said he witnessed the whole thing. He said, I mean, they come in the middle of the day. There's a lot of traffic right in front of everybody. They don't care. Yeah, robbed the guy right there. He said, this is just the latest incident. He said his shop's been broken into 4 times in the last 2 years, and he's actually thinking about selling his business. Got to get out of here. There's too many opportunities in America for people to make money. Why does this generation rob people, he says. According to the Memphis Data Hub, there have been 6 incidents of burglary and theft within a quarter mile of that little shop in the last year. Just last month, FedEx addressed the issue of rising truck robberies all over the country, explaining they have rigorous safety and security programs in place and regularly work with federal and local law enforcement. They did issue a statement after this past day's incident, which says the safety of our team members and the security of our customers' shipments are top priorities. We are grateful there were no serious injuries as a result of this incident this afternoon. We are fully cooperating with Memphis police as they investigate. I don't know, I can see why you don't want to go in there. Well, Hillbilly, what's going on? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Steve. How we doing?
Doing well.
Good deal. I take it you had a good little mini vacation.
Yeah, staycation. Yep. Enjoyed some time off though. It was
good deal.
It was pretty busy, but getting ready for Christmas, and then of course did get a little bit of relaxation in, and it was all time for the New Year's weekend.
Did you get all our Christmas decorations put right down?
No, not yet. Haven't started that project yet.
I watched the weather for this coming week, and it ain't going to be a real good weekend to be up on that roof.
I know. I'm looking. I mean, these models are varying. Some are saying we might get an inch or 2. Some saying it might be 5 or 6. I don't know.
Well, they never know until it gets closer to it. But I had a good holidays for Christmas. Spent it with my mom and brother and family, and then New Year's I went out to a friend's house, had one beer because I was driving, and played some pool and bowling, and just kind of conversed with my friends. Other than that, didn't do a whole lot except for work.
Yeah, I was following some of your posts as you headed down to Florida to see Mom there. So she doing all right, I guess, as well as can be expected, as you say.
Yeah, that's good. Well, my mom lives there in Warsaw with me, about 2 miles from my house. So I mean, but she's doing good. Getting ready to say they did find a spot on her.
You know what I'm thinking? I confused you with Rubber Duck. Rubber Duck was the one that went down to Florida to see his mom. I apologize.
I got you. No worries. Now they get a little bad news. They found a spot on her kidney that could be cancerous, and she's trying to get to a kidney doctor to get looked at and see what the next step's going to be. But thinking we caught it pretty early though.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, everything, she's healthy. I mean, still mourning the loss of Dad 2 years ago, but you've been married to somebody for 54 years. It's a heck of a loss.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, family's doing good and just traveling up down the highways, rolling up to Columbus to head for Chicago. I don't want to call it what I normally call it because you probably dumped me. You know what I'm saying?
I think I can figure that one out.
It's outskirts of Chicago, so it ain't horrible. Not to go downtown. But I guess I'm going to have to listen to the replay for the first hour. I didn't start till 1 o'clock this morning, so I missed Maverick and Lone Ranger.
Yeah, Lone Ranger, Maverick, cue ball. I mean, we had the all-star cast, hour one.
I'm telling you, I'm like, I missed a lot there on the first hour. But like I said, I'm glad Maverick and Lone Ranger, I missed them calling in every day. I still miss the stories about Maverick and John going up 65.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know how many times I was rolling laughing at them. Oh, well. But, Steve, I just want to wish you a Happy New Year. And thing out there in that Red Sea sounds like it's getting pretty serious. And honestly sound like we need to send a couple more warships to start running convoys to protect them.
I mean, that was the announcement they made a couple weeks ago. They made it sound like they were going to be doing escorts for the convoy of ships to get through there, and I haven't heard anything further. And I thought they said the USS Gerald Ford is kind of exiting the region. Last I saw him,
I haven't really heard any news. I have said some prayers for the people in Japan with the earthquake and that thing at the airport there in Japan. I mean, that was something to be sight.
Did you see that video? Wow. I mean, that's amazing. With 379 people on that plane, that could have been a major, major disaster.
Uh-huh. And to get them all off safely and nobody hurt. I guess everybody in the Coast Guard plane got off safely, didn't they?
No, only the pilot was the only one that survived. Five were in, I guess, the cargo area or the belly of that plane. They were all deceased. Yeah, the pilot was in critical condition.
Okay, I didn't hear that.
But everybody on the commercial airline got out. Correct.
Yeah, they were talking on Channel 12 there that there were 2 tri-state women that were stuck over there because of it. They were trying to get home when it happened, but like I said, thankfully everybody on that passenger plane got off. I'm sorry about the loss of the Coast Guard, Japanese Coast Guard. That's sad. I didn't know about that.
Yeah.
Steve, I'm going back on out of here and let someone else call in.
Thank you, Hillbilly. Good to hear from you. Thanks for chiming in. Happy New Year. And yeah, I mean, the investigation is ongoing. That was a Japanese Coast Guard, right? I believe Coast Guard plane. They were responding, headed to help out with the earthquake that had occurred the prior day. Obviously, the big question is some sort of a air traffic control miscommunication. How does one plane end up, right there on the runway when another big jet like that, 379 passengers, coming into land. I'm assuming the Coast Guard plane was getting ready to depart because it seems like it must have been based on the Fireball that it was fully fueled up and ready to go. So, incredible. Fireball occurred. Passenger plane with the Fireball sliding down the runway, but amazingly, they were all 379 were able to safely slide down the emergency chutes, get off. All right, looks like we'll see if Eagle, hang in there, stay awake. Yeah, he woke up. As we get to the news break here, top of the hour, we'll come back, though, and room for you at 844-844-3388. Cummins Incorporated has agreed in principle to pay the U.S. and the state of California a $1.675 billion penalty with a B, billion, to settle claims of violating the Clean Air Act. According to the announcement from the Justice Department, now the agreement in principle will still require court approval, they tell us. Now, this is the largest fine ever issued for a violation of the Clean Air Act and the second largest environmental fine issued in U.S. history. According to the Department of Justice, the company has seen no evidence that anyone acted in bad faith and does not admit wrongdoing, according to the statement from Cummins. Tell you more on what they had to say, but $1.675 billion. Wonder what kind of impact that had on their stock with that announcement this past day. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Corey Myers. Ukrainian President Zelensky promising his country will ramp up production of weapons in the coming year as Ukraine's war with Russia rages on.
Zelensky issued the remarks during a year-end speech, saying opposing Russian forces will notice Ukraine's military-industrial might in the coming months. He said Ukraine intends to produce everything from long-range artillery to attack drones, as well as other weapons and equipment for ground-level combat troops. This comes as financial and weapons support from allies in the West, including the U.S., may be coming to an end. I'm Ryan Daniels.
A Georgetown University professor and longtime CIA analyst claiming many in U.S. intelligence will be working against Republicans in the coming election cycle. Dr. John Gentry also pushing his new book titled Neutering the CIA. He tells Fox News Digital that ever since the Clinton White House, U.S. intelligence agencies have become more and more politicized. He does not mention the names of Republican leaders in his assertions, only Democrats. He says if former President Trump becomes the GOP nominee, government intel operatives are likely to be working overtime to achieve his defeat in 2024. He claims it's what they did in 2020 with the Hunter Biden laptop when Trump was their boss. Israel will be withdrawing several thousand troops from the Gaza Strip. The IDF made the announcement yesterday, noting the nearly 3-month war is taking a growing toll on the Israeli economy. A Japan Airlines flight burst into flames and then collided with a Japanese Coast Guard aircraft attempting to land at a Tokyo airport. The airline said all 380 passengers and crew members got out safely. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
A woman who became famous for her plot to kill her mother in an ordeal which turned into a hit Hulu show, speaking out for the first time since her release from prison. 32-year-old Gypsy Rose Blanchard posted a video to TikTok thanking her followers for their support. She also promoted an upcoming docuseries called The Prison Confessions of Gypsy Rose Blanchard, which is set to debut this Friday. Blanchard served 8 years in prison for her role in the murder of her mother, Claudine Dee Dee Blanchard. Good thing it's not the season for the McRib. The Ohio State Highway Patrol had to round up a culprit on the loose this past Thursday. The escapee, though, wasn't a criminal, just a wayward pig. That oinking pig ended up walking through a McDonald's drive-thru where it avoided capture at first, but then the police and its owner eventually got him. Yesterday's Powerball jackpot worth $842.4 million, and there was one lucky winner in Michigan. If the winner takes the one-time cash option, that would be $425.2 million. This was also the first time a Powerball jackpot has been won on New Year's Day since the game started in 1992. I'm Corey Myers, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, features, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, that's our cue to get another hour underway as we welcome our friends on the West Coast into a Wednesday. That's right, turn the page on the counter, third day of January 2024. Here we go. Had a few friends checking in over the past hour. Jeff, New York City, says good morning, everybody. There's Kentucky Ken. Good morning, Overnight Drive crew, Mr. Summers. Just wanted to say good morning and safe travels. Kentucky Ken is starting a new gig in the morning. Orientation later this morning. Really? Well, there's some changes for the new year. He said, I'll call in soon. 2024 is a new start in several areas in my life. Be safe. From Kentucky Ken. All right. Had no idea. So a new gig, huh? We'll find out. Hello to Rick in Columbus. Good to have you on board. Let it snow, he says. I know. What are we going to get, Rick? Going to be 1 inch? Will it be 7 inches? I'm seeing some of those various models for your area up toward Columbus. Big difference in the Euro model versus the other. I can't remember. That's the North American model, but still a couple days away. Hello to Jeff. Happy New Year. Quietly making noise over here in Mason. Well, good morning. See if he's hanging in there. Eagle, let's try again. Morning, Eagle. Oh, boy. I think that means we're 2 for 2. We should have opened up the wagers. What are the odds Eagle would be awake? We'll see if he can hang around. Third time's a charm, right? So it is 844-844-3388. So we'll move over. It was Horse Feathers who had one of the things he brought up on yesterday morning's program. Is talking about these minimum wage increases taking place around the country, to where the fast food workers in California are getting like a $20 minimum wage. What's that mean? What's the price for a Happy Meal going to be? Interesting that he brought that up. I said, yeah, because you're going to pay $15 for a Big Mac, right? Lo and behold, that is the actual headline story. The decision by states in half the country to hike their minimum wage could send the price of fast food staples like a McDonald's Big Mac soaring to $15 in some states. This, according to one economic analyst, Brandon Arnold, executive vice president of the fiscally conservative think tank, the National Taxpayers Union, pointed to California's decision to mandate employees at fast food restaurants be paid at least $20 an hour as a troubling sign. He said companies are either going to have to raise prices, start to reduce their labor cost, or a combination of both, and that's not fair to those employees that are getting laid off, nor is it fair to the customers that they're all of a sudden paying $12, $15 for a Big Mac. Now, back over the summer, last July, McDonald's, there was a location in Connecticut that got a lot of media attention for charging $18 for a Big Mac combo meal there. The most expensive Big Mac in the U.S. right now, We're talking just the sandwich. Just a Big Mac sandwich. Massachusetts, where the burger cost $7.09. According to the financial data site Zippia, cheapest Big Macs in the country go for $4.19. That's North Carolina and Wyoming. The average price right now of a Big Mac in the U.S. is $5.17. Again, just the sandwich. California's $20 an hour minimum wage for fast food workers goes into effect in April. McDonald's and Chipotle both announced that they will be hiking their prices on their menus in Golden State locations beginning this year. As employers start to see these labor costs increase, they may not lay people off immediately, but when times get tough, they're going to make changes. Now, the New York Post said that they sought comment from McDonald's. Just last week, Pizza Hut said that they would be laying off more than 1,200 delivery drivers in California ahead of that new state law kicking in. Arnold predicts a 10, 12, 15% reduction in the number of jobs available in the fast food industry. Now, he said that fast food workers would much rather be working for $8, $9, $10 an hour than be on the unemployment line. Now, we did hear last January, McDonald's head of U.S. operations warned that if California did this, California's minimum wage hike for fast food workers, he said at the time, quote, would make it all but impossible to run small business restaurants. California keeps looking for ways to raise prices, drive away more businesses, and destroy growth through bad policies and bad politics. Again, that was the president of McDonald's USA in an open letter. Lawmakers in 25 states and Washington, D.C. passed legislation which raised the minimum wage. In 22 of those states, the law went into effect on Monday, January 1. Now, none of them compare to the $20 minimum wage in California. Minimum wage hikes in Nevada and some parts of Oregon go into effect on July 1. Florida's new minimum wage is applied on September 30th. But the minimum wage in New York City, Long Island, and Westchester County jumped $1 from $15 to $16 per hour. In the remainder of New York State, the new minimum wage is $15 an hour, up 80 cents. It was at $14.20, but we had all kind of said, are you ready to pay $15 for a Big Mac? It's not a fictitious scenario. It's the coming reality, I guess. Well, good morning, Pappy.
Sam and Steve. Sounds like Eagle, instead of flying high tonight, he crashed and burned.
Hey, on that first
Wake
call,
up, Eagle.
that first call, he was only holding, I think he was on hold 12, 13 minutes, and he was out. Boom.
God love you truck drivers, though. You got to get it in when you can. You know, Steve?
Absolutely.
Hey, reference Phillips' question. Steve, I'm not 100. I'll check this tomorrow when I get into work. If a juvenile is in possession of a weapon,
yeah,
I think it's a misdemeanor. I think it's a misdemeanor unless he has that weapon on his person if he's committing any criminal offense.
Okay.
Doesn't have to use it. Just has it on his person, and it's a felony. I think. Not 100% sure on that. So they're carrying around a little pistol, and they're out there making a curfew violation. Bumps it up to a felony.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like FedEx, Amazon, and UPS is going to have to start having armed security, man.
Right.
What the hell?
In and out of Memphis. I mean, broad daylight, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. That's unreal.
Steve, you just wonder, you know, all these people, all these illegals, maybe they're hiring or whatnot, make a little phone call. Hey, you might want to hit this truck. A lot of good stuff on there. They got a lot of inside help there. I don't know, just speculating. Hey, I know Eagle's going to talk about the border, Steve. Listen, we need to start calling it what it is. This is an attack on America's sovereignty. Flat simple. It's an operation being done by the United Nations against our country. Steve, think of this. Well, I think Fox News said over 26,000 Chinese, over 12,000 Russians, and several hundred from other unfriendly countries have came into our country.
Mm-hmm.
Steve, if LA waked up and looked out their window and there was like 20 large cruise ships that just parked a couple hundred yards off the beaches of LA, and some landing craft started bringing Chinese and Russian, I'm not even talking soldiers, right? Just young men, not armed, landing craft started bringing them to the beach, dumping them off, going back to the ship, grabbing another couple hundred, bringing them back. Steve, if they dumped 40,000 people onto them beaches, what would that be considered? It's a global operation, Steve. People need to wake up, man. This is all being done by design.
Mm-hmm.
And Biden don't care. He's going to let it continue. All these judges, these state reps, are making all these decisions against Trump. Steve, I got to go back. I'm telling you, these people are bought and paid for. These are all George Soros funded people, funded their campaigns, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's time to pay the piper. See, this is a fact. We've talked about this a little bit. Government officials are targeted people. What I mean by that is other entities will set them up, Steve. They will send plants in. In other words, it'd be a shame if some female working in the office would end up having an affair with a representative. Be a shame, Steve. They be used to blackmail against them.
Bingo.
They send these people in on purpose to do this. It's a fact. Ask Vic.
Mm-hmm.
So yep, that's the scoop, Steve. This border is not just letting illegal immigrants or refugees or whatever you call it, man. I'm telling you, it's a proven fact. These journalists that have been down at the Darien Gap, the UN is down there with camps. The UN is going around these other countries paying for these people to get down to the Darien Gap, either by boat. They're paying for this. And I'm sure somehow it's even coming out of our tax money. what was it said? Some of these people are given like $90,000 a year if they got a family. You come across the border and you got a wife and 4 kids.
I mean, we had the sheriff down there at the Arizona border that's running for office. You know, that verified that many of them they're giving them a $5,000 like a Visa card when they come in. Not all of them, but I mean $5,000 just to walk in. And then I guess they have to do the paperwork to get on all the other programs. California just implemented as of the first of the year. All these illegals are entitled to free health care.
Unbelievable, man. Unsustainable. I know for a fact these reporters filmed it. UN down at the Darien Gap there, where they have to pick. You're going to go this way or that way.
Mm-hmm.
They are given like debit cards. Maybe not really a debit card with an account, but these spendable,
like a prepaid card.
Cards, 5,000.
Yep.
Prepaid cards, $5,000. They hand them out like candy. Everybody gets there. Then again, I'm telling you, they are paying for the transport, not just to the Darien Gap, from other countries, from Germany. The UN is paying for this. Why? That was funny. I was just looking at the screen here. They're talking about Epstein. I guess that list should be coming out real soon. They were talking about the first of the year. So
yeah, I mean, some of it was supposed to come out yesterday. I haven't seen anything yet. So, yeah, maybe today.
Well, we know good old Bill Clinton's going to be on there. How many times, though? That's the question.
I mean, according to the ABC report, something like 50 times.
Wow. Yeah, Steve, that wouldn't surprise me a bit. And then again, listen, man, I'm telling you, this goes back to who was Epstein and what was he doing? Is he working for the CIA?
How many individuals did he have under blackmail on? Because, I mean, one of Epstein's associates says that, I think even Ghislaine at one point said that there are sex tapes involving Clinton out there, but she wouldn't say where.
Steve, they said that island, like I said before, would make China proud. You can't walk nowhere, go nowhere, in any building, any outpath that's not being surveilled under video. So any of these little people that took a little trip to his island and engaged in some unlawful contact with some minors, they got it on video, Steve.
Who's got the video?
There are a lot of people sweating. Good question.
Yeah.
Probably the CIA. FBI know about this too. Like I said, Bongino talked about it on his show. The Secret Service agent gave him permission to talk about it. He did not give permission to use his name, but he was on a flight with Clinton when he requested to be taken off that detail because he couldn't be a part of what was going on. In other words, he just couldn't turn his head and take a blind eye to this. Man, Steve, you know these Secret Service agents, man. You know they sign a, obviously an agreement, take an oath, man, that hey, what you see in Vegas stays in Vegas, right, man? Could you believe some of these guys have seen? Unbelievable. I don't know. I remember one time Obama. Did you see this tape that Obama just put out?
I did not know.
Steve, if I think about it, maybe you can find it. If I get the time, I'm going to go back and play it, and I'll write down what he said in his speech word for word. But the gist of it was, when you can fool the American people, when they don't know what is truth or what is not truth, when they can't trust the media, when they can't trust the World Health Organization, when there's no trust of the government, we have won. What he said. It's out there. Food for thought. Why are they calling out the big guns too? Why is Obama coming out now? They're bringing out the big guns.
You knew they had to do that.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. All right, my man. Wake up, Eagle.
We'll see if we get that third time's a charm. All right. Well, speaking of the Epstein thing, thank you much, Pappy. We've all heard the Ghislaine Maxwell, but a name that I'm not really familiar with. The mysterious Sarah Kellen. Does that ring a bell? Sarah Kellen, once Jeffrey Epstein's top assistant. They're saying may soon reveal information that could impact many high-profile, influential figures in several ways. She worked for Epstein in the early 2000s. She's kind of at the center of the storm of speculation as the sealed court documents are about to be released sometime this week, potentially impacting a host of high-profile individuals in Epstein's notorious sex trafficking ring. Kellen is now 44 years old. She's been described as having a front row seat to the debauchery of Epstein's world. What she knows would shock the world, according to a source speaking to The Messenger. Her role allegedly involves scheduling the infamous massages where Epstein would sexually abuse his victims. Despite her deep involvement, she's not been charged. We'll pick up there after news break.
USA News Update. The death toll after the earthquakes in Japan's risen to 48 as people there continue to take shelter on high ground. At the same time, we're learning Southern California experienced a 4.1 magnitude earthquake just before 8:30 Monday morning. The U.S. Geological Survey stated the epicenter was off the coast of Rancho Palos Verdes in Los Angeles County. Fortunately, there have been no reports of damage or injuries from this. Initially reported as a 4.3 magnitude quake, it was later adjusted to 4.1. The truck driver involved in the head-on collision that killed Dixie Chicks founding member Laura Lynch could be facing criminal charges. A sergeant with the Texas Department of Public Safety told TMZ they're awaiting results of drug and alcohol tests that were taken of the truck driver. Investigators say the driver got into Lynch's lane while attempting to pass two vehicles. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, get back to the calls just ahead. Again, at 844-844-3388. Let me finish up quickly with... this is separate from the court documents where many, many names that had been redacted are going to be unveiled. Talking about Sarah Kellen again. We left off that she hasn't been charged with any crime. She maintains to this day that she, too, was a victim of Epstein, claiming she was raped and abused weekly. Now, the upcoming document release, part of the defamation suit settled in 2017 that involved Ghislaine Maxwell. That's what we're expecting this week. Yeah, the names of more than 150 people connected, among them Former President Bill Clinton is expected to be included. The unsealing of documents could provide some unprecedented insights into the workings of Epstein's network and the extent of its connections. Now, a source close to Kellen hinted at the possibility of a tell-all book or a documentary deal. This information is seen as essentially her get-out-of-jail-free card for Kellen, valuable enough to be retained as leverage to maintain her freedom. She has so much to say to plead her case, the source says. It's more valuable for her to hold on to the information should she need it to stay free. Now, the Epstein flight logs, that's where the real incriminating info would be. The flight logs are the records of private jet flights connected to Epstein, the financier who faced criminal charges for sex trafficking before his controversial death, when he hung himself in jail. These logs gained significant public attention due to Epstein's connection with numerous high-profile individuals, politicians, celebrities, business leaders. Those flight logs have been a key piece of evidence in investigations related to Epstein's criminal activity. They detailed the names of passengers who flew on his private jets, most notably the Boeing 727 that, of course, was nicknamed the Lolita Express. These records were scrutinized to identify individuals who might have been involved or aware of Epstein's illegal activities. Many individuals named in the logs have denied any knowledge or involvement, but, of course, live in a life of near anonymity with her husband. And again, I'm not familiar with her name till I came across this story. Sarah Kellen, living nearly anonymously with her husband, who is none other than the former NASCAR driver Brian Vickers, in a luxury Miami Beach condo. Kellen has managed to stay out of the public eye. Their residence in Florida, described as a fortress, is equipped with private entrances to avoid unwanted legal surprises like subpoenas. They don't want any changes. So the pattern for which they live, which, by the way, is very careful, almost to the point of paranoia, is not without purpose, according to the source. In December of 2020, while speaking to The Sun, Kellen stated her position, asserting, "I've been made out to be such a monster." But it's not true. How much more might we learn? So she knows a whole lot. Oddly enough, hasn't been charged. No charges. It's 844-844-3388. It's like a page out of As the World Turns. Morning, Plowboy.
Morning, Steve. Boy, you got that right, boy. That's going to be a long list. That's going to take forever to get that all through. And yeah, just wonder how many other names are involved in it. Yeah, Brian Vickers. Wow. You think that non-driving son of the buck that drove that Toyota might be on it too? Went over to Chevrolet here last year and he still can't drive.
Oh, was it Kyle? Kyle
Busch. Yeah, he does. Yeah. No. I just had to say that. Talking about your $15 Big Mac, sir. That's how often do you go into one of them damn places that's got a kiosk where you order at? Like a McDonald's or a Taco Bell, whatever you want to call it.
For the several years they've been around, the only time I ever used a kiosk is back when I had the other gig, and it would be like 11 o'clock at night, and there would be nobody at the counter, so you had to use the kiosk to order, you know?
Right.
Otherwise,
no, what I was trying to say.
I don't.
This is
if
nothing,
I go in and
this ain't nothing.
if there's kiosks there and there's somebody behind there, I'm going to wait for somebody to personally wait on me.
I'm exactly like you are, sir. Exactly. But no, this is nothing but still the outreaching hands of that little socialist, in my opinion. Bernie Sanders. He was the one who was wanting 15, and they can't stop at 15. So they're at 20 on the West Coast and going higher.
Well, they got their 15, and the price of the Big Mac went up. The Big Mac meal, $15, so now they need 20. It's the cost of the prices of everything is going to keep up. The inflation isn't going to slow down. You keep increasing the wages, it's just going to fuel more inflation, higher prices for everything.
Hell yeah. Well, you put it this way. And I'm being very serious when I say this, sir. Really, I am. If you look at a family of 4, and one of them works at McDonald's, hell, they can't even afford to go out to their own damn establishment.
No.
Because it's going to take 4 hours of their 8-hour day. I mean, they've run themselves up a tree that they're never going to get down out of now. I mean, and you say they're going to shutter all these businesses in California? Damn right they are. I'll tell you who's in the booming business, and you can probably pick this up on a new study coming out here at the first of the year. Look at your ratio of U-Hauls, riders, and Penske trucks leaving California every day.
Mm-hmm.
Because them poor folks don't want to mess with them yahoos no more. Because they can't support a family. I didn't have all that much, but I did have one other question. How far are y'all from Bryan, Ohio?
Bryan, Ohio. I'm not familiar. It doesn't ring a bell with me at all.
Well, it's almost right straight up due north of y'all. About top of the state. I'm just saying that offhand. It's up on 127 up in there. But anyway, they made the news here tonight. I was watching, Tracy Gallagher up there, West Story on Fox. Okay, we got all these people coming across the border like Pappy just got through talking about, and everybody else, and Eagle. In Bryan, Ohio, I forget what, I don't know whether he is an open denomination or whether he's a church involved with a denomination. But they are looking to arrest this poor preacher up there. I can't tell you the name of it. I have to look at it. You have to look this one up. But yeah, he is housing the homeless in his church, and they're raising mortal hell, going to charge him for housing the homeless in his church. Last time I checked, isn't church not a sanctuary? That's what I've always thought. But no, this is on Fox News. Go 11 o'clock hour, 10 o'clock hour. Yeah. I'm thinking, it's so damn cold up in there. Well, I don't cold, but it's not good weather up there. But yet they want these poor people on the street when I just, that just kind of gave me a headache thinking about that, because I always thought we were supposed to help him, and that's what he was trying to do. But oh my gosh, it's illegal to do that. And I don't know. But what Pappy, I think, was knocking at Cloward and Piven, where they're going to break the system to get their ways. And that's the reason why they keep funneling all these yahoos, no matter where they come from, up across that southern border. And 5,000. Steve, you think we just might not just cancel the truck show? We all go down to the southern border and walk across it and get a $5,000 card?
There's an idea, right?
Yeah, take that time. What, 80,000 at the truck show?
Right.
Damn. Y'all have a good one. I'll talk to you later, Steve.
All right, Plowboy. Again, Happy New Year. Thanks for checking in. Southern border. I get several stories, updates from the past day. First out of Arizona, where Lone Ranger mentioned earlier, he's not too far from that southern border. I guess in the small town he's in, I guess he said there's not a lot of jobs and whatnot, so he doesn't see a lot of illegals. But wherever the Lukeville, Arizona port of entry is, it is a total trash pile, they say, after 80,000 illegal aliens from Africa, the Middle East, and Latin America passed through in the month of December. The majority of the illegals are military-age men. Piles of garbage left behind along the border wall in the Tucson sector. They shared videos with this report. A record-shattering 302,000 poured over the southern border in the month of December. The numbers released from Customs and Border Protection. Jordan Conradson visited that Lukeville port of entry last week, and that's where he documented, took the video of the piles of trash. While at the processing tents in Lukeville, Jordan Conradson spoke to some of the illegals and filmed many of them lying inside on the floor after traveling from different countries, Mexico, Mali, Guinea, India. Some appeared to be from Middle Eastern countries based on their attire and their head dressing. When asked for their thoughts on Joe Biden, one said, he is the best president. We're now somewhere between 10 and 11 million that have crossed under Joe Biden since January of 21. The numbers continue to grow. Now, this past day, or was it Monday, believe it or not, the Democrat mayor of Edison, New Jersey, Sam Joshi, actually sounded like a MAGA Republican in an interview with WABC this past day, in which he vowed to return illegal aliens bussed from Texas back to the border because he said they might be armed and their identities cannot be confirmed. They are a security and a health risk, he says. And I quote, Edison Township police officers did not know if any of these 40 individuals were carrying weapons. They could not be identified. That's a major problem. That's a major security risk. It's a hell. We're not going to tolerate it, he says. He was responding after over a dozen busloads of migrants arrived from Texas over the weekend to drop the migrants off at train stations in northern New Jersey, in trying to skirt the edict by New York City's Mayor Eric Adams, targeting the buses from Texas, dropping the migrants off in the city. So you just, let's go a few miles north of the city, we'll drop them there, and then they can just make their way on into New York City. Joshi said, I've become aware that Governor Abbott is once again transporting illegal migrants to cities all across the U.S. I want to be very clear. If any bus, train, or plane of illegal migrants come to Edison, I have instructed law enforcement and emergency management departments to charter a bus, transport them right back to the southern Texas-Mexican border. Over the years, I've expressed my disagreement with the concept of sanctuary cities and states. I will not allow Edison to be subjected to its consequences. Our border policies need to be strengthened to stop illegal migrants from entering our country. Edison is a municipality with a significant immigrant population. I will continue to support only legal immigration. Like I said, that's coming from a Democrat governor in New Jersey, or Democrat mayor, I apologize, in New Jersey. Does that not sound more like a conservative? It sounds more like a Greg Abbott kind of thing. And it's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, quickly, one more update on the southern border. Yeah, because we heard that in the Happy New Year news, right? More than 700,000 illegals living in California now have access to free health care as of Monday under one of the state's most ambitious coverage expansions in a decade. This will eventually cost the state of California about $3.1 billion per year and inches California closer to the Democrats' goal of providing universal health care to their roughly 39 million residents. Governor Newsom agreed in 2022 to provide health care access to all low-income adults, regardless of their immigration status, through the Medicaid program in the state, known as Medi-Cal. California, the most populous state to guarantee such coverage, although Oregon started doing so back in July. Newsom says this is a transformative step towards strengthening the health care for all Californians. That's when he proposed the changes 2 years ago. He made this commitment when the state had the largest budget surplus in its history. But as the program kicks off this week, California actually faces a record $68 billion, with a B, $68 billion budget deficit, raising questions and concerns about the economic ramifications. Regardless of what your position is on this, it doesn't make sense for us to be adding to our deficit, according to the vice chair of the Senate Budget and Fiscal Review Committee. Immigration and healthcare advocates who spent more than a decade fighting for these changes said the expanded coverage will close the gap in healthcare access and save the state money in the long run. Those who live in the state illegally oftentimes delay or avoid care because they're not eligible for most coverage. It's more expensive to treat them when they end up in the emergency room. This will be California's largest healthcare expansion since the 2014 implementation of Obama's Affordable Care Act, which allowed states to include adults who fall below 138% of the federal poverty level in their Medicaid programs. California's uninsured rate dropped from about 17% to 7%. But a large chunk of the population was left out. Those adults who are in the country without permission. They're not eligible for most public benefit programs, even though many have jobs and actually pay taxes. But that's the New Deal. $68 billion in debt, but I guess anymore, what does debt matter? The country as a whole this past day. According to the breaking headline, we indeed surpassed the $34 trillion mark on the debt clock. $34 trillion. Morning, Gilligan. Happy New Year.
Merry New Year there, Steve, as Eddie Murphy would say in Trading Places. One of my favorite movies, because Dan Aykroyd also played in it. Hey, I heard the caller from the Misfit from Alabama. GMAB News is back on the job. We got a picture of him. He was actually at the Rose Bowl. Did you happen to get the email of the picture of Rambler celebrating at the Rose Bowl I sent you?
I haven't pulled that up yet. No, let me. Oh, yeah, I see that. Yeah, roll, Tide, roll.
Yeah, I got a roll of toilet paper on both sides of a box of Tide detergent. Yeah, that man's been hitting that bog again. I don't know whether Pappy got him some stuff or he's got his own stash or whatever. I mean, he the man's out there. I mean, rooting for the Alabama Crimson Tide is kind of like rooting for the New York Yankees. How many World Series have the Yankees won? 26, 27, 28, something like that. I mean, they won and won and won and won, so, it's always easy to root on a winner.
Mm-hmm.
He can badmouth my Mountaineers and all he wants, but the Tide spends probably 3-4 times on a football program than what my Mountaineers does. Hey, look at here. 9-4 on the year in the Big 12. Now, I'm telling you what, the Big 12 is a tough conference. Now, if we'd had the same defense show up against Oklahoma as we had up there in the bowl game we appeared in, I tell you what, we'd have made a run at them. I don't think we'd have beat them, but it'd definitely been a closer score. Now, we had it going. Well, anyway. Getting on to more important stuff.
All right. Well, how about before we get to the important stuff, let's take care of. This is important stuff. We got to get our news break. It's 844-844-3388. Back after this.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Israel's pulling some troops back from the front lines in Gaza as war rages on with Hamas. On Monday, Israeli defense officials announced several thousand troops comprising 5 combat brigades would be moved out of Gaza for training and rest. The troop drawdown comes just after Israel's top ally, the U.S., approved $147 million in new weapons and equipment aid, notably without congressional approval in Washington. On Sunday, Israel's defense chief asserted it would still be a long fight ahead at establishing operational control in northern Gaza. Meantime, Hamas is reportedly nearing an agreement for a second hostage swap with Israel.
Qatari negotiators are indicating that Hamas has agreed in principle to a deal involving a temporary ceasefire. The proposed exchange would entail 40 Israeli hostages for an undisclosed number of Palestinian prisoners held in Israel. While one government official views it as a positive development, another unnamed official notes that Israel is just awaiting further details for the final negotiations. I'm Skip Kelly.
A bipartisan pair of Texas congressmen say the U.S. and the Mexican federal governments need to do more to stop illegal immigration.
We don't want Mexico to interfere with our foreign policy or with our laws, but we want them to do their job.
Speaking on Fox News Sunday, Democrat Henry Cuellar and Republican Tony Gonzalez both say they believe in legal immigration, but that the southern border is being turned upside down. There is a much-anticipated list of names set to be revealed in the new year. The release, ordered by a federal judge in New York, could shed more light on who worked with or profited from prolific billionaire and alleged sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein. U.S. District Judge Loretta Preska issued a 51-page order approving the release last month. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Ukrainians are marking the new year with a day of mourning in Kyiv as the death toll has risen from Russia's latest and largest aerial barrage of the war. There are now at least 52 deaths confirmed since Russia sent 150 cruise missiles and attack drones at targets across Ukraine on Friday. Ukraine did respond on Saturday, hitting a Russian border town with an aerial bombardment and killing an estimated 20 Russian civilians. President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden are delivering a New Year's message to the nation.
Well, my hope is that everybody has a healthy, happy, and safe New Year.
In a pre-recorded interview on ABC's Dick Clark's New Year's Rockin' Eve with Ryan Seacrest, President Biden expressed his optimism that the United States is in a, quote, better position than any country to lead the world. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson has a new side hustle, sort of. The actor and wrestler is now a partner in the United Football League. The XFLs merged with the USFL and plan to announce the teams and cities they'll be in at a later date. Another American youngster takes an adventure on the wrong flight, except this time it took him out of the country. 16-year-old Logan Lose was scheduled to board a Frontier Airlines flight from Florida to Ohio, but instead, he says, he got put on a plane to Puerto Rico. Frontier Airlines has apologized to the teen and his family for the mix-up. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, let's get that final hour underway as we make our way into midweek hump day, third day of January. Happy New Year. Hey, lest I forget, let me get back. I kind of teased the headline a bit earlier. Did a little more digging, see what we could find. I guess this actually happened right there about Christmas time. It just hit the CDL Life website this past day. That's the first I had seen of it. In regards to Cummins engines and a $1.675 billion fine for installing devices on hundreds of thousands of engines to allow them to emit excess pollution. Now, I did mention the largest ever civil penalty for the Clean Air Act violation, according to the Justice Department. They allege Cummins installed so-called defeat devices to bypass or disable emission controls like emission sensors and onboard computers. Department of Justice said they used these on 630,000 model year 2013 to 2019 Dodge Ram 2500 and 3500 pickup truck engines and undisclosed auxiliary emission control devices on 330,000 2019 to 2023 Ram 2500 and 3500 pickup truck engines to cheat emission control requirements. Attorney General Merrick Garland said preliminary estimates suggest these defeat devices on some Cummins engines have caused them to produce thousands of tons of excess emissions of nitrogen oxides. The EPA administrator said vulnerable communities are more likely to reside near highways where these harmful emissions are concentrated, making this agreement critical to advancing our environmental justice agenda. So Cummins said they expect to take a nearly $2.04 billion charge in the fourth quarter to resolve regulatory claims relating to nearly 1 million engines from the Justice Department and California Air Resources Board. The company has seen no evidence that anyone acted in bad faith. It did not admit any wrongdoing. This formal settlement will need court approval. Will be made public here in the coming days. Ram owner Stellantis declined to comment. The 960,000 vehicles have been recalled and the emission control software will be updated, according to Cummins, which previously took a $59 million charge for emissions recalls. They first announced back in April of 19 that they were internally reviewing their emission certification process and compliance. Cummins previously said regulators were scrutinizing Nissan Titan trucks from the 2016 to 19 model years, and that they were developing a new software calibration and a hardware fix and would recall the trucks. Okay, Nissan had no comment as of last Friday. The company, which also counts PACCAR and Daimler Trucks North America as its customers, said about $1.93 billion is expected to be paid in the first half of this year, 2024. Jeffries did say in a research note that the charge is significant, but is not expected to impact normal business operation. So that was my question. I guess so when this came out initially, Cummins shares were down like 2.3% in early trading. Looks like some of that has actually rebounded since then. It was up like 1% yesterday. Meanwhile, Gilligan had some important stuff to get to. Welcome back.
Yeah, well, thanks for having me back, Steve. I appreciate it. Hey, on the other part, on the college football playoffs, yes, I am going with Michigan. I mean, I gotta pick somebody in the big game. And the way I got it figured, West Virginia's fans has got basically three other teams. You got those that pay them nittly kitty cats, the state pen up there in Pennsylvania. You got that one down there, Virginia, technical idiots. I don't know, but anyway, home of Michael Vick, the big dog fighter. And then you got that old OSU. I mean, and Michigan is one of Ohio's OSU's biggest rivals.
Oh yeah.
I gotta go with Michigan. I've kind of jumped on Captain Ron's bandwagon. Go Big Blue, but it's usually Big Blue blue and gold is in my Mountaineers. All right. Now, I sent you a story a little while ago. Like I said, I missed the second half of last night's show. And, folks, if you missed part of this show, it's very easy. You can go back and listen on the replay. You can go on Facebook and listen to it. There's plenty of ways. There's no reason to miss a minute of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. All right. I don't know whether you touched on it or not, but there's been a sad news in NASCAR. On Sunday, we lost one of the all-time greats, Cale Yarborough, at age 84. 83 Cup wins, 3 Cup championships in a row. He was the man that split up Richard Petty's 6th and 7th championship. Richard Petty won the 74 and 75 championship in a Dodge, I will add. Then Cale won 76, 77, and 78. And then Petty won his final championship in a Pontiac, unfortunately. But, oh well, he won 7. There's only been 2 others to win 7 championships. All right. Now, Steve, the cat's out of the bag. I heard somebody report earlier that I was selling tickets to the show. I'll tell you what, Steve, I can let you in on a cut here. I'll tell you, I'm going to have to, I guess, now. I'm selling tickets to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive for the incredible low price of $19.95.
What a bargain.
Yep, that's right, folks. Yep, but wait, there's more.
Oh.
For the incredible low price of $49.95, you can get 2 tickets. See there, folks, that's an over $10 value. Now, Steve, I learned economics from a real late 70s, early 80s TV show called The Dukes of Hazzard. Most of your audience are very familiar with this. See, Boss Hogg taught me an important lesson on how to deal with partners. I'm going to let you in on a cut like Boss Hogg used to do Roscoe P. Coltrane. I'll give you 50% of 50% of 50% of 50%. Hey, what the heck? I'll just throw in another 50%. See there, I'll let you in on a cut there. And just remember, our motto here at the GMA&B Enterprises, brought to you by my great-great-father, the West Virginia werewolf, will cheat you. I mean, treat you right. Back to you, Steve, and thank you for taking my call.
All right, you got it. Yeah, Happy New Year there, Gilligan. Welcome back out. Hope you enjoyed your holidays. And let me see. Vic, I believe, checks in. Morning, Vic.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Boy, did you say that was Cummins or another company that messed up on their emissions? Because they could have bought a lot of Hot Shot Secret for that pine there.
Yeah, Cummins engines. Cummins, the big one.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you a real brief story about years ago, whenever they first come out with the N14 Plus, and they were working on that, whatever it was, NSX or whatever, and they had a different emission control system on the engine, or electronic control module. And it really worked good because I had one of those trucks. But some of the farmers didn't like it because they'd have a tendency to get too hot, because that's when they were coming out with all that pollution control stuff, the what do you call it, the diesel particulate filter and everything else.
Right.
So they decided that they would take it to this local shop and increase the exhaust valves so they could get better clearance. And Cummins was having a heck of a time trying to figure out why they couldn't comply with EPA, because they were still in the test mode. And then when they found out that company that was making their heads were reworking them and put in larger exhaust valves, they dropped that contract. I don't know if that has anything to do with what's going on now or not, but most of the people, well, I should say all the people I know that work there at Cummins and in the lab and everything, they're all retired, and actually retired from their second job, which basically their second job was contracting to do work for Cummins. So what went on there, I don't know. But I just, when I was thinking about all this stuff that's going on now at the southern border and everything else, that we can't seem to put that type of effort forward on the southern border or on the mess that they have over there in the Mideast, the Red Sea, and all that, and that's causing all these ships to take extra long voyages, and that's also putting more pollutants in the air. And Biden came up with this idea he was going to get other nations to go in there and put naval vessels in the Red Sea, and I think some of them have already dropped out because they just don't trust the United States to stay true to their word and everything else. And the other thing that I was thinking about was, back when we had the Iraq War and everything, they had J-Star, and J-Star is essentially a satellite linked in with some of the other, what I want to say here, not really spy planes, but observation planes, photo recon planes. And the minute that Iraq would launch a missile, they would that J-Star would know it. And I'm thinking to myself, well, whatever happened to J-Star? Because if the Houthis would decide to fire off a missile, they could get one back before their missile even got to where it was going. So I don't know why they want to make a big show of putting the naval vessels in the Red Sea and then not use them, or in the Med or anywhere else. So anyway, I've just kind of got a little bit off my topic there, but when you were talking about these facial recognition, do you remember when they come out and made all the CDL drivers have a facial recognition license? I don't know if you recall that or not, but New York up there, they nailed some errors up there. It had like 3 and 4 CDLs. I know here in the Midwest, they never did get cranked up. They'd take the pictures that had all that, the facial recognition stuff, biometrics or whatever they called it there. But none of the weigh stations had the equipment to actually analyze, your license when you went in there to look at it. Because I asked 2 or 3 of them, and they said, yeah, you've got one of the new license, but we don't have the equipment to monitor. So I don't know if they ever came up with that or not. But to kind of extend that a little bit farther, you know how much of a fuss that the Democrats made about voter ID? And you see, if that facial recognition would have been used when people showed up to vote in person, they could have pretty well nailed it. Of course, they got around that with the whole COVID scare and the mail-in ballots and everything.
Mm-hmm.
But whenever you go back to the other thing too is, the congressional districts, they're set up by how many people you have in your state. And I think California lost a seat last year, or in the last census, and maybe some others, but I haven't really looked at it. But the thing of it is, if they can get those people in the state and they can get them counted in the census, and I don't know if you remember that big battle that came on about that in 2020 when they said, no, you need to leave there. You need to ask people if they're a legal resident of the United States, and they got all excited about that. And the census that they have, the 2020 census, includes all the illegals in a particular state. So even if these people don't vote, they can still affect our politics or political life there, because they'll have more congressional districts within a particular state if they can get more people in there. And that's just one example. And now to switch over to the whole thing with the sex scandals that are going on. You remember how Barack Obama got elected president? You remember there was some people there, the Republican candidates, that were in one of these sex clubs, which were quite prevalent back then, and he had to go through a divorce. I think the Republican candidate had to go through a divorce with his then wife, because she kind of didn't like that lifestyle. But they sealed the court records. Then Barack Obama and the Democrats sued to get those court records open. And then once they were open, that was pretty much it for the Republican candidate, because it was all this family value stuff that was going on, which was kind of interesting to me. And that's how we wound up with Barack Obama as president. And that kind of brings this whole Jeffrey Epstein thing. The FBI, the CIA, a lot of people, they were involved in this stuff way back when. Actually, one of the CIA station chiefs, I believe it was Vietnam. It might have been Cambodia. But anyway, her office was in a cat house. There were a lot of interesting stories about that. And LBJ, he had a bunch of motels up there out of Washington, D.C., that he kind of ran on the side. When Kennedy got elected, the communists had a lot of call girls in and around, and they come to find out, the Kennedy administration was called the New Frontier, and Hearst newspaper threatened to print a story on the New Frontiers and the communist call girls, and so then that's whenever Bobby Kennedy threatened the Hearst newspapers with trust violations, antitrust violations, and probably I sweep a few more cobwebs out. I can tell you some more stories. But this whole thing with Jeffrey Epstein, it is, I mean, I don't even know why they're making a fuss out of it, because this has been going on, and the one that was in the public and everything, but I was thinking it was General Petraeus. But do you remember that a lot of that came about because the FBI had a socialite that they had as an informant down there in Florida, and she was mad with she got upset with another woman. I'm pretty sure General Petraeus said, yeah. But anyway, if you go back and look up that story, it's like, so why would the FBI have a socialite as an informant? I mean, I know old gossip columnist had a Hopper out there in Hollywood. She was an FBI informant for years. But the point is, why are intelligence agencies deliberately putting people in place to get dirt on American citizens, because that's supposed to be illegal. So I don't have a doubt in my mind that the CIA was behind a lot of that stuff. And I'm not real sure. I'd have to look up the FAA regs, but I didn't think that you were able to put down code names for people on a private flight. Maybe you are, because if anything bad happens, they're supposed to be able to identify them or clarify them. But by and large, the thing of it is, you mentioned that one woman. I don't know who she was, but a lot of this stuff has been, I wouldn't say in the tabloid press, but I really don't. Well, I'll be surprised if I see anything that I wasn't remotely aware of or pretty cognizant of, because I know I said a few nights ago, there for a while it got ridiculous. Even private companies were hiring, call girls to try to spy on other people. And,
right.
I just, now I am one of those people that I really did look at Playboy to read the articles a lot. I'm not saying I didn't look at the girls, but Playboy, Hugh Hefner, and his editors really did write some good articles, and a lot of those dealt with that, and so that's what I'm saying. It just depends on what you were looking at, and I guess the simple thing was there was always denial. You were always mentioning your uncle there about the escort pages up there in DC. Washington D.C. and everything. So right. So you know what I'm talking about. There's been this undercurrent that's been going on, and the only thing I can figure out is this whole thing with Jeffrey Epstein, and the reason I get all upset about it. I just have to wonder, do they have knowledge of what was going on and how Obama was able to force those divorce records open to get himself elected? Because Axelrod's upset about something, and what, I don't know. But the only thing I can think of is, would you consider trying to undermine undermine the whole election system like they did in 2020? Would that be considered insurrection or rebellion, since anything that interferes with the official process is considered an insurrection or rebellion?
Mm-hmm.
That's I'm fishing there, but that's the only thing I can think of, Steve. But by and large, I will be interested to see what they really released, and then look at some other stuff, because at one time when they were developing LSD-25, they actually had people, and I think you had one of those advertisers years ago that was actually going into these communities and trying to start up these neighborhood deals, neighbors with benefits and all that type of stuff, and just trying to see how much confusion they could. What was the name of that company that wanted to arrange affairs?
That was Ashley Madison. Yes, Ashley Madison. I think that's still around. Yeah.
Right.
Have an affair. It's very discreet. Have an affair. Your wife will never find out.
Yeah. Well, lots of times the wife really didn't care, because she was too. But anyway, there was a guy out in California that he was advising. He was supposed to be a marriage counselor or something, but there was some undercurrent back then that there was some government involvement trying to get these things started for whatever reason. So there's been this.
I think, long story short, I think Pappy kind of nailed it. Yeah, that it's called blackmail. You got the dirt. You got the dirt on people, and you can control those individuals. And hey, we'll be right back.
USA News Update. The death toll after the earthquakes in Japan's risen to 48 as people there continue to take shelter on high ground. At the same time, we're learning Southern California experienced a 4.1 magnitude earthquake just before 8:30 Monday morning. The U.S. Geological Survey stated the epicenter was off the coast of Rancho Palos Verdes in Los Angeles County. Fortunately, there have been no reports of damage or injuries from this, Initially reported as a 4.3 magnitude quake, it was later adjusted to 4.1. The truck driver involved in the head-on collision that killed Dixie Chicks founding member Laura Lynch could be facing criminal charges. A sergeant with the Texas Department of Public Safety told TMZ they're awaiting results of drug and alcohol tests that were taken of the truck driver. Investigators say the driver got into Lynch's lane while attempting to pass two vehicles. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, I did mention earlier, not a whole lot new to report in regards to the truck driver that's been missing since several days before Thanksgiving. There in the state of Iowa, The update this past day said law enforcement agencies are now offering a cash reward for information leading to the missing Iowa trucker. Sac County Sheriff's Office announced there's a $2,000 reward available for info as they continue looking for the whereabouts of David Schultz, 53 years old, the livestock hauler. Last heard from the early morning hours of November 21 in the Sac City, Iowa area. That's the one where the truck was found abandoned on a rural roadway. The load of pigs still on board. His wallet, his cell phone in the truck, nothing missing from the wallet. And we had shared the rest of the story several times, and they did break it down piece by piece what the search had uncovered, but no sign whatsoever. And they have also set up a fund at the bank there in Sac City where people can actually make donations to increase that reward. Trying to build. I guess they've got a very small Crime Stoppers in that particular community. $2,000 at this point. Well, hey there, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. Yeah, sounds like you've had a pretty good show so far and been in and out of the truck a lot, so not had opportunity to try to get in and be able to be on the waiting list there. So.
You've had a busy night,
anyways,
huh?
We're here now, so yeah. So anyways, I guess we should start out by, hey, Mike, what day is it? What day are you finishing up, Your Honor?
It's already hump day. Yeah, we're already, we can already start thinking about the weekend, can't we?
Possibly there. Yeah, we're on the back side of it for you anyway there. So anyways, you remember last night's conversation? We were talking about California there, and
yes,
they were going to give the medical stuff to all the illegals there. They're going to put them all and give them all health care and everything. And we're trying to figure out where they're going to get the money. Is Cummins going to support this program? Is this whole windfall of money going to come from the Cummins engine people with this fine they have to pay?
Yeah, the Air Resources Board. They didn't say. I mean, they didn't specify how much California gets versus the U.S. government gets. But yeah, 1.6. Well, hell, there's 68 billion in debt anyway.
Yeah. So, but anyways, now didn't Cummins didn't they learn from Volkswagen? Didn't Volkswagen try to cheat the emissions or fuel people there by making cars in regular mode or test mode, and they could change the dial or whatever? Didn't I guess they didn't learn from that
they
deal
paid
that
a ton of money for that. Sure did.
That they did. So anyways there, and we talk about our, I don't know, we would have liked to call it a justice system, but I think that's gone away now because it's pretty much like the bozo used to call it. And it's whoever has the most money to pay the most for a legal system will win. Why does it take a judge 51 pages to put on a piece of paper, say these names from this person's book of, ledger or whatever have to be released? Why does that take 51 pages to say that? Oh my, talk about legal jargon that, to try to make it so you can't understand what everything is going on. It's just unbelievable that you'd have to have 51 pages to say that. But I don't know. But and I think the word that Pappy was looking for there, I think, when he was asking you what would you call all those ships there parked on and people coming in on our beach, that would be an invasion, wouldn't it, Your Honor?
That is correct.
I think we're being invaded. Yes. So anyways, I don't know. Just a totally mixed up, crazy world that we have going on here. Hopefully we can do something to make it recover. Got to give it a swift kick in the butt or something there and make it cough. But
that wasn't the Joker. What the Joker in that original Batman, Michael Keaton's Batman, when the Joker said, "This town needs an enema."
There you go. Yep. So anyways, there. I don't know. I guess that's about it. We're just sitting here waiting the impending white death. I mean, I expect that all the convenience stores and grocery stores are going to be short. And the refrigerator section is going to be out of milk and eggs and bread and maple syrup because when one of these storms come, we got to make French toast.
So what are your prognosticators saying there on the East Coast? Are they all over the charts? 1 to 3, 3 to 6, 6 to 12.
They still haven't figured out where the rain and the snow and the mixture and how much rain and when it's going to change to snow, and so it could be anywhere from a dusting to a foot and a half. So just hold on for a few minutes and they'll get back to you on that. They'll how'd that girl used to say it there? She circle back around. We'll circle back around.
Circle back girl, yes.
Yeah, that's right.
Jen Psaki.
Yes, that's right. That's right. So, all right. Hey, with all that, I'll let you get going here. Maybe you can do your due diligence for the end of the show, Your Honor. You got a little bit left here.
All right. We're going to see if Eagles, what are the odds? Third time a charm will be here.
Going for the hat trick.
Will he be snoring or will he be awake? Eagle, hey there. I guess that is the proverbial hat trick. Happy New Year, Eagle. Scarecrow.
Why does it not surprise me that he did not respond, Steve? He set the bar real early in the program there, Way. It'd be a pretty tough call for him to remain awake this long now. Steve, what? Off the top of your head, what is the population of California anyhow?
Are they? No idea. I mean, based on the representation they have in D.C., it's big.
I'm just going down the road, running the numbers through my head. The per capita debt load that they're carrying.
Mm-hmm.
Steve, every state in the country, they've learned from the best. All you have to do is look to D.C. and the feds. Now, I just rounded numbers off just for ease of calculating. Now they've managed to run each of us about $100,000 in debt per every individual, legal individual in this country, man, woman, and child. So California, even if they're only at, say, $10,000 per person in debt, why, that's a bargain. You can, $10,000 per future vote. Dare I say that?
Well, I pulled up the numbers. They're just shy of 39 million people this year. 23.
Oh, okay. Well, they've got a ways to go then. A long ways to go to match Washington. So, no, they shouldn't be fretting anything about any debt load there. Oh, well, Christmas is officially over, Steve. If you look around our household now, there's various gifts sitting here and there that have been taken out from under the tree. And that is a sure sign that tree will be coming down in the near future here. The gifts usually get placed kind of in the area where they're going to be headed. Now, whether it's a closet, clothing, cookware in the kitchen. If there's a pile of tools and such on the kitchen counter, you can bet they're headed for the workshop and such. Now, there's a fair number of battery-powered Milwaukee tools and accessories sitting there right now, which puts a smile on my face these days. But I'm reflecting back on when the first of the battery-powered tools, drills and screwdrivers and such came out. I thought it was more of a kind of a trivial, kind of a fun type thing. There'd be those that'll bite on it, but there'll never be anything serious to come of it. Well, Steve, at this point in time, I so despise power equipment with cords on and extension cords and such that if they would go away forever, it would not hurt my feelings.
Mm-hmm.
And even at the industrial level, talking with my youngest over the weekend, when they were building the new plant down there in Milwaukee, the subcontractor, the primary contractor, they literally went through thousands of batteries over the time frame of the project. Well, a lot of the batteries went home in toolboxes and such. But, their logic is there's still money ahead because the use of extension cords is just, there's an expense there that it trickles all through the system. Besides the initial investment, if that cord has so much as a nick in it, that heads for the dumpster. They have to be maintained, inspected monthly, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
They've found that, the battery world is the way to go. Then I missed a lot of the program. Did you touch on that plane crash in Japan yet?
Yeah,
Yeah,
briefly a bit earlier we did. Yeah, that was wild.
Oh, yeah. As soon as I got home yesterday morning, Brandon he'd sent a message about it, and so I looked it up. I don't remember if it was CNN or which news source it was, but they said the two rear doors could not be opened. That all the passengers had to move to the front of the plane, to escape, and that's what was almost a miracle that they could get 300 plus individuals out.
Mm-hmm.
Through those doors way up front like that, and I'm wondering if those doors were jammed on impact because that's where the fire seemed to start at the rear of that plane too. But and my youngest pointed out that would have been a total nightmare because even in a disaster mode, you would have passengers trying to reach up to get their carry-on baggage out of the compartments overhead, thus blocking the aisles for those at the rear plane trying to move forward and all. So it'll be interesting. And maybe it has been made known whether that guard plane, if they were given the green light to taxi out on the runway, or if the pilot just really dropped the ball on this one. But,
maybe I think it's a big airport, and there's probably maybe they taxied to the wrong runway. I think the tail end of that big jetliner with 379 I think the tail is what essentially hit that other plane and pretty much sheared that one in half. And all those that were in the belly of that plane, I think they were immediately engulfed in flames.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I have no idea. I haven't seen a layout of the airport if they have, dual east and west runways,
Mm-hmm.
Or parallel runways, or how the layout is. But no, that was a big surprise there. But other than that, just said you made it through hump day, or talking about the weekend. So that means we got to start thinking casualness already too. So,
it won't be long, will
that's
it?
all I really had to say.
All right. Thank you much.
No, we'll leave it at that.
Have a good morning. It is 844 or 844-3388.
A GN rookie completes his first season strong. The humanitarian drew on pulling legend Larry Kester for inspiration, and a diesel smoker charges to his first title. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. We continue now with our 2023 Special Awards, as presented at the December 2nd Awards Banquet held in Dublin, Ohio. The Grand National Rookie of the Year was Cody Chizik of Newton, Wisconsin. The award was sponsored by the Ambassador Club of Fort Recovery, Ohio.
What a ride. I mean, in the beginning of the year, I talked to Greg and I said, well, I didn't want to finish last every pull. Well, that didn't happen. The last 6 hooks, I was either first or second and kicking Zane's butt by 20 feet. It was blast.
The Super National Pull of the Year was the National Tractor Pulling Championships of Bowling Green, Ohio. Accepting was club president Dave Schultz. The award was sponsored by Excel Sportswear of Trafford, Pennsylvania.
On behalf of all of the Blue Shirts, we thank you so much for this honor.
The Commitment to Excellence and Dedication honorees were the DeKalb County Fair Grand Nationals in Sandwich, Illinois, and the Clark County Fair Pole in Springfield, Ohio. Accepting for Springfield was poll chairman Levi Kimley. The awards were sponsored by Jim Miller and Melissa Graham of Bellevue, Ohio.
Well, on behalf of the board, I'd just like to say thank you. It takes a lot of work throughout the whole entire year to get ready.
The Larry Kester Humanitarian honoree was Larry Phillips of Vine Grove, Kentucky. Presenting the award was Larry's son, Brandon. The award was sponsored by Shell Rotella of Houston, Texas.
This is a great honor to be able to present this award. As we all know, Larry Kester was one heck of a man. So about 3 weeks ago, I got a call if I could present this award, and I haven't been able to look at him straight in the face all day because I know he's suspicious. I'd like to have my dad come to the stage, please.
You know, if you ever thought you was having a bad day, you just think about Larry. And I used to complain to him about my knees. He'd say, yeah, mine hurts too. So I'd forget about him and I'd go on. If you was in a ditch, you think about Larry, you'd get out of the ditch. So I really do appreciate this. It caught me off guard. I kept asking him all day. I said, why? Why? So here we are. But thanks again.
And the Kent Enderle NTPA Hard Charger Award, recognizing supreme effort and dedication to self-improvement, went to Superstock Diesel champion Kent Payne. The award was introduced by MC Doc Riley.
The 2023 Hard Charger Award celebrated his 35th anniversary of his first NTPA competition in Pro Stock. Had finished runner-up in his current division 3 straight times. He enjoys gardening and watching over his barnyard. He once subbed for another Kent in the Diesel 4x4 class in Toma and won a 4-way pull-off. He's powered a semi-champ, a super farm champ, and a hot farm champ to 4 different titles in the last 3 years, but probably best known for the Lucky Charm that's probably going to get a nice little biscuit here, the Lucky Charm Ruby. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage this year's Kent Enderle NTPA Hard Charger Award, Kent and Sandy Payne.
Hey, we really appreciate this award. It means a lot to us, our team, and all the people that vote for us, and we sure do appreciate it. Thank you.
Next week, we'll recognize our 2023 Polling Hall of Fame inductees. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with this individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
All right, round of third headed toward the home base. Pappy said the American Eagle just set a New Year's record. Third time, not a charm. It's all good, Eagle. It's all good. It's the thought that counts. I can understand where he's coming from. Yesterday, it's undoubtedly the fact that I had, 10 nights off, Christmas to New Year. Yesterday was one of those days, I think I fell asleep for a few hours. Maybe 3 or 4 at best. And just lying there trying to fall asleep. Couldn't do it. The mind, like a computer, the Rolodex just pulling out. Your brain won't stop. And it's because I was sleeping nights for so many consecutive nights. I got my sleep schedule screwed up. So maybe it'd take me a couple of days to get back on track there. But all right, real quick here as we wind down millions in the Northeast. That's what Horse Feathers was talking about, getting ready. Time to empty out the grocery stores, right? Everybody, you got to get bread, milk, right? Eggs, because everybody eats French toast. Millions could soon experience your first widespread, significant winter storm of the season, possibly the largest you've seen in several years. Now, forecast to intensify in the eastern U.S. late in the week, dishing out a major storm just in time for the weekend. For many in the I-95 corridor, this could be the biggest snow you've seen in literally 2 years. Major travel disruptions on the roads and at the airports with this system due to a wide variety of precip on the way for this weekend. I guess the good news is timing of the storm. It's on a weekend versus on a busy travel weekday, people trying to get to and from work. Most people could just kind of, get home Friday and settle in and enjoy your winter storm. Get the brushes and the snow shovels ready. Get your snow blower fired up. Have your salt and ice melt ready to go. Highway departments all gearing up. Storm is expected to blossom in the southeast as we start the weekend, bringing some heavy rain and even some thunderstorms before making that turn northward. As it moves northeast, it collides with the colder air in place across the Great Lakes in the northeast. That's where the snow will unfold. There will also be a zone in there in the crossover of an icing scenario. I haven't seen, it's still a couple days out. Haven't seen whether they're actually talking a proverbial potential ice storm, but undoubtedly looking at the possibility of some areas seeing power outages and things of that nature. Snow forecast to spread south to north as the storm shifts from the southeastern U.S. To off the mid-Atlantic coast. A strengthening storm would also allow for 6+ inches to fold in the interior northeast with this system, perhaps even parts of southern New England. Again, still getting the model runs, and probably as we kick things off tonight, we'll have more details, and we'll share it with you. Hope you'll join us.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my